Chapter 1701. The old man stood with his hands behind his back with a cold smile on his face. Moreover, when I was injured back then, Chinchewuhin and the other big shots from the spirit world failed to kill me even when they joined forces. Do you think you can do it? Die! Yi Qin shouted and took a step forward. Heaven and earth shook. He had to defeat this ancient immortal. For his parents, for Yuhan, for his children, and for the billions of living beings in this world. Almost at that instant, the Patriarch of Hell, Su Yuhan, and many other cultivators on the ground sensed the scene on a whim. Shaoqin, Heavenly Lord Yi. Subsequently, countless figures ran over from all corners of the world. They stood in the distance and sized up Yi Qin and the ancient immortal. Who is he? He's so powerful. Heavens, I feel like I'm suffocating before him. This is a terrifying existence. He's even more powerful than Heavenly Lord Yi. Ancient immortal. He must be that ancient immortal. An unknown person let out a hysterical roar, causing everyone to be startled. After which, fear and despair were revealed on their faces. Earth's great enemy, an ancient immortal, had appeared. It's over. At that moment, many people felt despair. Seeing that Yuhan seemed to want to help him, Yi Chen could not help but roar, "Yuhan, get everyone to retreat now. I'll be here." The ancient immortal could eat humans. If he attacked again, Yi Chen could not guarantee that he could save everyone. No. Yuhan looked determined. She took a step forward and stood side by side with Yi Chen. She gritted her teeth softly. "I want to fight alongside you." Well said, there's still us. At the next moment, the Patriarch of Hell, Yang Tian, the four witches, and the rest of Earth's peak combat power stood next to Yi Chen. They knew very well that if Yi Chen was no match for such a great enemy, they would not be able to escape death even if they fled to the ends of the world. Since that was the case, why not stay and fight to the death? An ant trying to shake a tree. You overestimate yourself. The old man smirked coldly. The coldness in his eyes was like the depths of hell, as if he was looking at a few weak ants. Kill! Yi Chen let out a long roar. He then waved his sleeve and sent Yuhan and the rest flying when they were not paying attention. Little Qin! Lord Yi! Everyone shed tears of sorrow. Yi Chen acted like he did not hear that. He looked at the old man calmly. Next, it's time for you and me to fight. Kill! Yi Chen shouted softly. His voice was like a sword hum, causing the entire world to shake. He activated all the true essence in his body, causing his physical body and true essence to erupt to the extreme, launching the most terrifying attack. Such a stunning strike illuminated the past, present, and future as it pierced through the heavens. Boom! Immediately after, a golden dragon roared in front of him. It furiously swept across the sky and charged towards the old man. Xianyuan's sword. The old man calmly walked forward. If great Emperor Xianyuan was still here and wielded this weapon, I might have to be wary. Unfortunately, you can't. At the same time, he raised his finger lightly and tapped lightly towards the ray of light from the Xianyuan sword that assaulted his face. His thumb was like a mountain as it struck the blade of the Xianyuan sword fiercely. Immediately, a terrifying destructive force surged towards Yi Chen through the sword. Yi Chen's arm trembled. He could no longer hold the Xianyuan sword, causing it to fall out of his hand. Lord Yi, everyone's expressions changed drastically when they saw that. Slashing the stars, Yi Chen gripped the Xianyuan sword that had returned to his hand tightly and released the highest sword intent that he had mastered. Buzz! Before him, a monstrous sword intent soared through the sky. The sword gleam cut through the world, releasing a power that could make heaven and earth pale in comparison. What a powerful sword intent! The old man was shocked as well. His pupils constricted violently and he seemed to be stunned. I didn't expect that you're only at Tao integration stage, yet you're actually able to unleash such a strike that's close to the power of an immortal. However, it's still not enough. He shook his head again and pointed at Yi Qin gently. Kacha! A crack appeared on the Xianyuan sword. Even Yi Qin could not withstand it. His body was sent flying and shot out like a meteor. The ancient immortal defeated Yi Qin with just 2 fingers. At that moment, everyone looked at that scene in despair. The Earth #1 in their eyes had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so quickly. It's over, it's over. Earth is completely over. Countless people spat blood and beat their chests and stomped their feet. Shaoqin, Old Yi, Su Yuhan, Yang Tian, and the rest shouted. Ha ha ha! The old man stood proudly in the air like a god. His aura shook everything. The so-called Earth #1 is nothing more than this. This is the difference between an immortal and a mortal. To me, you're still ants. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion came from the void. Then, a figure that looked like a demon lord descended from the mortal world. It's too early for you to be happy. Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and looked at him coldly. The battle between us has just begun. You actually withstood my heaven-seizing 7 fingers. The old man's expression finally changed. How is this possible? Chapter 1702. Heavenly Lord Yi isn't dead. God bless our Earth. The moment they saw Yi Chen appear again, the people who were originally in despair could not help but cry tears of joy. It could be said that Yi Chen was the hope of the entire Earth now. Once he was defeated, the entire Earth would be finished. It was because the ancient immortal was just too powerful. Meanwhile, the ancient immortal glared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not die under his heaven-seizing 7 fingers. The so-called heaven-seizing 7 fingers. It was a spell from the mortal world. Every move of this spell had the miraculous effect of seizing heaven and earth. Even though the ancient immortal was not at his peak, even an ordinary tribulation stage powerhouse would not be able to withstand it. However, Yi Chen managed to withstand it. How could he not be shocked? Heaven seizing 7 fingers, Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and said to him coldly, "This world belongs to me. What are you going to use to take it?" Kill. After saying that, he charged at the ancient immortal with all his might again. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was howling and the earth was roaring. It was as if the world was about to turn upside down. It was as if the earth had returned to the ancient times, when humans and gods existed together and demons were kings. The sky cracked open and thunder rumbled. The terrifying aura spread to the ground as Yi Chen and the ancient immortal fought. Billions of living beings could not resist it and bowed their heads to the ground. Boom! Another terrifying explosion that shook the earth and the sky was collapsing. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and a terrifying spatial storm surged out. Within a few breaths, Yi Chen had fought the ancient immortal more than 100 times in the sky. The fluctuations that they caused were no different from the end of the world. Yi Chen's black hair fluttered as he formed a seal with both hands. He pointed one hand at the sky and the other at the ground. Then he closed his palms slowly. There was actually star power in his palms. Boom! With a loud bang, a power that seemed like the destruction of stars erupted from his hands. At the same time, an extremely cold voice came from his mouth. Heaven, imprisoning finger! Swoosh! At that moment, the entire sky seemed to have turned upside down. Then, the sky darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Chen stood in the air. The galaxy behind him flowed backward like a god. This is forcefully changing the weather. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a horrified expression, "This is no longer a level that humans can achieve. This technique doesn't belong to the human world." Old ancestor Yellow Spring's pupils constricted violently as he concluded. Under everyone's gazes, the surrounding space rapidly fluctuated, as though it had turned into a huge cage. With the ancient immortal at the center, it rapidly shrouded him. With such a strong move, that ancient immortal shouldn't be able to do anything, right? Someone muttered, subconsciously, The old man was slightly startled, and a golden light flashed across his eyes. It's actually a high-grade immortal art. You're just a lowly ant, yet you're able to execute a high-grade immortal art. No wonder you have such strength. Unfortunately, your cultivation is insufficient. Even if you forcefully execute a high-grade immortal art, you're still unable to do anything to me. After saying that, he raised his finger again and pointed at the space cage that was coming from all directions. Boom! In an instant, terrifying collapsing noises rang out in the void, and countless pieces of space were forcefully shattered. The immortal art isn't bad, but your cultivation level is too low. The old man pointed at Yi-Chin again. Blurg! Yi-Chin could not hold it in any more. He spat a mouthful of scarlet blood out of his mouth. Golden red blood flowed down his chin and drenched his clothes. His aura had also become a lot weaker. It had to be said that the enemy he had encountered this time was the most powerful one he had encountered since returning to Earth. The other party was an ancient immortal. Even though he was only a golden immortal at his peak, he was not like him after all. His physical body had been destroyed, and his spiritual energy had been cultivated from the beginning. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank completely. Someone could not help but cry anymore. Could it be that the earth was doomed? The old man took a step forward and looked at Yi-Chin, who was in the air. Submitting to me is the only way to survive. Seeing that you have good potential, my previous condition is still valid. As long as you hand over the reincarnation of the Pangu Axe's artifact spirit, I can spare your life. I can spare the billions of living beings in this world. Yi-Chin fell silent when he heard that. On the ground, someone could not help but cry. Heavenly Lord Yi, hand it over. Stop holding on. You're no match for him. Little Chin, don't fight anymore. Yi-Chin's parents were almost blinded by tears. You'll die if you continue fighting. You heard that, right? The old man looked at Yi-Chin and continued. Everyone doesn't want you to continue fighting. Many of them don't want to be buried with you. Since that's the case, why are you holding on? Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, Yi-Chin burst out in laughter. The old man's expression turned cold. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how arrogant you are. Yi-Chin looked at him with a pale face. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Haven't you realized anything from the beginning to the end? The old man was stunned at first, and then his expression changed. Pangu Axe, your real target is the Pangu Axe? Chapter 1703. That's right. Yi-Chin stood up slowly and looked at him as if he was sneering. If I really had the ability to fight you, why would I bother to look for the artifact spirit of Panga's axe? In the end, isn't Panga's axe the only thing that can help me kill you? After he finished speaking, the space behind him suddenly distorted. Then, a black figure slowly walked out from within. The black figure wore a black dragon robe, like a demon ancestor descending to the mortal world. If one took a closer look, they would discover that he was eating a giant golden axe. The giant axe was dazzling and enshrouded in divine radiance. It was impossible to look at it directly, as if one was facing 100 suns at the same time. Panga's axe. The old man's expression finally changed. Ing held Panga's axe and looked at Yi-Chin with an extremely complicated expression. Yi-Chin, I'm lucky to have accomplished my mission. He had witnessed the battle between Yi-Chin and the ancient immortal earlier. He had to admit that even he was ashamed of his inferiority. Thank you. Yi-Chin nodded lightly and took the Panga's axe. At first, he felt like he was carrying 100 mountains. Then the weight lightened. The turmoil in this world is too great. Panga's axe has consumed a lot of origin energy to stabilize this world. This ancient immortal's cultivation base seems to be on Mahayana. I can't kill him completely with my current strength. Gunu, who had already entered Panga's axe, said through voice transmission, I still need to borrow the divine item in your body. Are you talking about the immortal slaying flying saber? Yi-Chin's eyes flickered. That's right. Gunu said, I can sense that the divine item in your body is extraordinary. It's even above mine. Unfortunately, it seems to be damaged and can't use its full strength. I know what to do. Yi Chen's lips moved slightly. You just have to do your best. Leave the rest to me. All right. Sizzle. At the next moment, Yi Chen held Panga's axe in his hand. He swung the axe. Swoosh! Suddenly, heaven and earth were completely severed, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into endless darkness. At that moment, everyone could see a thin line that was as bright as lightning. The thin line was extremely dazzling. Panga's axe was a spirit fetus of earth. As Panga's weapon, its power was unquestionable. If it were to completely awaken, a single strike would be able to split the heavens and earth apart, and it would be able to sever the sun, moon, and stars. In that instant, millions upon millions of strands of golden light appeared, drowning out the endless darkness. It was like divine radiance, resplendent and dazzling. At the same time, the ancient immortal's expression finally changed as Yi Chen swung his axe. Immortal, imperishable body. The ancient immortal let out a deafening roar. Countless streams of light burst forth from his body, wrapping around him like a giant cocoon. Immortal, indestructible body. This was the innate divine ability of an ancient immortal. It was also a life-saving divine ability. Any ancient immortal would only have one chance to use it in their lifetime. Other than them, no immortal who ascended from the lower realm, no matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, would have this kind of talent. Even Yi Chen was no exception. Bang! The heavens and the earth seemed to have exploded, and the ground shook incessantly, as if it could collapse at any time due to the weight. At this moment, everyone was in despair. Despair was so powerful. Ah! The old man yelled as the myriad of streaks of light that wrapped around his body instantly crumbled. The remaining lightning didn't lose its momentum and directly split his body into two. The world returned to peace. After an unknown period of time, someone finally recovered from the shock of the earlier scene. He stammered when, "Win? We won." Shaoqin. When Su Yuhan and the rest woke up, their first reaction was to look for Yi Chen. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the familiar figure in the air. "We won, we won. God bless our earth. All hail, heavenly Lord Yi." In an instant, countless deafening cheers erupted in the world, as if they had survived a calamity. Shaoqin. Su Yuhan cried tears of joy and wanted to hug Yi Chen by instinct. "Don't come over." However, at that moment, Yi Chen suddenly shouted. At the next moment, before everyone could react, they saw Yi Chen's body rising rapidly as if something was holding him up. When they saw the thing under him clearly, the world immediately fell into a deathly silence. It was like a mountain. Someone was shocked to discover that it was a silver-white creature. Its entire body was surrounded by chaotic energy, and there was a pair of pure white bone wings on its back. The reason why it looked like a mountain was because its body was too huge. Because its body was too big, the devil chi mixed with the corpse chi kept rolling on its body, as if a part of hell was about to be born. What's that? Everyone shuddered at the scene before them. Suddenly, someone said with a trembling voice, "This is the corpse of that ancient immortal. It's the corpse of that ancient immortal. Its corpse has been demonized." The person who spoke was the golden ape. That was because he had once followed the world guardian, the Tao of nature. Back then, great Emperor Xianyuan deliberately separated his immortal soul and immortal body to help the ancient immortal escape. Meanwhile, what Yi Chen killed earlier was merely an existence manifested after the ancient immortal's immortal soul devoured the 5 elements, divine mountain's mountain spirit. Chapter 1704. Rumble. A terrifying energy storm spread between heaven and earth. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the mountain-like giant in the sky. The silver-white creature's entire body was filled with black and white energy, and there was a pair of black and white wings on its back. A demonized ancient immortal's immortal body? Yi Chen's expression finally turned extremely grim when he sensed the monstrous, murderous aura coming from the former. He did not expect the ancient immortal's immortal body to be demonized. It seemed like it was a little troublesome now. The demonized ancient immortal's immortal body stood in the air. He looked down at Yi Chen with a pair of lantern-like eyes. Surprised, aren't you? He had a spurious smile on his face. How do you think this demon disaster broke out? Why do you think the world barrier of this world shattered? Could it be all because of you? Yi Chen's eyes were cold. So what if it's me? The demonized ancient immortal body sneered. Back then, when that kid Xianyuan separated my corpse and soul, I had already expected this outcome. Therefore, I ordered Qianqiuwuhin and the path of carnal desire to break through the world barrier of this world and attract the demonic energy to descend. The final goal is to nurture my immortal body. I can't go back to the immortal world. Since that's the case, why don't I turn into a demon and head to the devil world in the future? His voice was like the roar of an ancient cosmic beast, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. I'd like to see what else you have up your sleeves this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward and let out a roar. He charged at Yi Chen like a Tao Tai descending into the world. Heavenly Lord Yi. At that moment, everyone's breathing froze. Could Yi Chen still bring hope? I can't help you anymore. At the same time, the Pangu axe in his hand sighed faintly. That attack just now has almost exhausted all of its origin power. Is there really no hope? Yi Chen's eyes flickered, and he said slowly, otherwise. At the next moment, a dazzling object that looked like the core of the sun appeared in his hand. Supreme grade immortal jade melt. This was the only source of energy that supported the World Guardian's immortal puppet. Supreme grade immortal jade. It was also given to him by the World Guardian before it died. Previously, when he was in seclusion, he had devoured all the other immortal jades, leaving only this piece of supreme grade immortal jade. At that time, Yi Chen knew very well that there was a huge gap between the unification stage and the tribulation stage. It could not be bridged with a piece of supreme grade immortal jade. Moreover, once he stepped into the tribulation stage, he would definitely attract the 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation, which would bring about many disasters and karma. Only then did he forcefully resist the thought of devouring this supreme grade immortal jade. And it was all for this moment. He muttered, immortal slaying. Boom! In the next moment, as the supreme grade immortal jade rapidly melted, a terrifying storm surged from the top of his head, faintly forming a peerless blade light. Immortal slaying. When the word immortal was heard, a shocking blade light suddenly broke through the air and instantly appeared in front of the ancient immortal's demonic body. This was a terrifying pressure and power that made the world lose its color, made the sun and moon lose their light, suppressed everything, able to cut through all living things. What's this? The ancient immortal that had turned into an immortal body was shocked. This saber light was simply too fast, causing him to feel a tinge of danger. The immortal slaying flying saber that had absorbed the supreme grade immortal jade finally erupted with 1% of its peak power. Even though it was only 1%, it still caused the ancient immortal's demonic body to tremble. Is this a primordial chaos great Luo immortal artifact? The ancient immortal's demonic body sucked in a breath of cold air, his face filled with shock. Then he frantically moved his body, trying to avoid this fatal attack. However, his body was simply too large, and the immortal slaying flying saber speed was unparalleled. You actually have a primordial chaos great Luo immortal artifact. Who exactly are you? The ancient immortal's demonic body screamed and roared. He was terrified to the extreme, feeling that he did not dare to resist this aura. The so-called primordial chaos great Luo immortal artifact. In the immortal world, the number of people who possessed it could be counted on one hand. These people were all peerless immortal kings, or immortal lords. Ah! In an instant his entire body was wrapped in the saber gleam, and he let out a loud cry. His body was cracking rapidly, as if it was about to disintegrate. Even though his body was an immortal body, the immortal slaying flying saber happened to break an immortal body. This was a confrontation of laws and a crushing of power. He could not dodge or resist. Now let me go. The ancient immortal's demonic body hurriedly shouted in shock. I'm willing to swear on my Tao heart that as long as you let me go, I'll leave this world immediately and never return. At this moment, he finally felt the aura of death. Even great Emperor Xianyuan back then had not given him such a feeling. Yi Chen's eyes were cold, and his voice was like thunder. Crack! The body of the ancient immortal that had been demonized began to crumble. It was like a mirror that had been smashed, and more cracks appeared. No! He screamed crazily, his face filled with fear, shock, helplessness, grief, and despair. I can't accept this. End of this chapter. Chapter 1705. Boom! Immediately after, his legs exploded first, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. Then his chest exploded, and his body rapidly collapsed. The endless saber intent that enveloped him almost made him explode. No, I really don't want to die. The ancient, immortal body that had been demonized roared with all its might, trying to find any opening in the void to escape. Bang! In just a few breaths of time, only a head was left. When its trembling eyes saw Yi Chen, it did not know if it was an illusion, but it actually saw a speechless phantom of a god who seemed to be sitting on the throne of the 9 heavens' immortal emperor. Heavenly Emperor! The remaining consciousness of the ancient immortal shook violently, as if it was in disbelief. How could he be the heavenly emperor? Impossible, he can't be the heavenly emperor. Ha ha! I, exalted immortal Guhua, boast that I am flawless. I never thought that I would die in a mere kiliacosm. It growled as if it was pitiful. As its consciousness gradually weakened, a magical bottle that it had accidentally obtained appeared in its eyes. It was also through this magical bottle that it learned that there was a mysterious race in this world. This race was known as the God Race, an existence that even the ancient immortals feared like tigers. In order to pursue the secret of the God Race, it had exhausted all its efforts to deduce a trace of heavenly secrets. It disregarded its injuries and escaped to the lower realm. Then it was hunted down by many tribulation almighties in the spirit world. In the end, it fled all the way to this world, called the Celestial Burial Planet. To its surprise, it discovered that the Celestial Burial Planet was created by a member of the God Race. What made it even more ecstatic was that this member of the God Race had actually died, leaving behind the God Race's inheritance, Godhead. Unexpectedly, before it could be happy, it was stopped by the natives of this world. One of the humans known as the Great Emperor Xianyuan suppressed it here. I can't accept this. With the last roar, the remaining head of the ancient immortal body exploded, turning into countless specks of light that scattered between heaven and earth. The existence that made the entire earth despair was finally killed by Yi Chen at this moment. The world fell silent. Everyone trembled as they watched this scene. Was the disaster hanging over their heads finally over? After some time, everyone who was in a desperate situation was so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Subsequently, all of them knelt on one knee toward Yi Chen. We will never forget Heavenly Lord's saving grace. Almost at that instant, people from every corner of the planet knelt down on one knee in different directions. The sincere and excited voices gathered together and shook the entire universe. At that moment, the 4 grand sorcerers and the others looked at each other. Then they also knelt on one knee and shouted, "We greet the mad Southern Emperor!" Since ancient times, the only person who could be called a great emperor was the great Emperor Xianyuan. Yi Chen had done what the great Emperor Xianyuan could not. How could he not be called the great emperor? The voices of the 4 people seemed to be able to reach every corner of the world, as if they could reach everyone's mind. "We greet the mad Southern Emperor." In the next moment, voices from all over the world converged, eventually forming an extremely terrifying storm. The storm was like the voice of the world. At this moment, the figure standing tall in the void. To them, it was no different from an immortal descending to the mortal world, killing an immortal by himself. If he was not an immortal, what was he? He had saved the entire world and billions of living beings in this world by himself. Everyone knew very well that Yi Chen was no longer the Earth's number one. To be more precise, he was the master of Earth. Yi Chen looked at the devastated world and heard the earth-shattering shouts. The pressure that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time was completely released. That was close. He had just used up his last supreme-grade immortal jade. If the immortal slaying flying dagger could not kill him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint him. The immortal slaying flying dagger was indeed worthy of its name. At this moment, a light that seemed like it could dim at any time fell into his hand, revealing the immortal slaying flying dagger. The immortal slaying flying dagger said weakly, "Venerable Emperor, I've exhausted too much of my origin. I might have to sleep for a while. Don't worry and sleep. I'll heal you." Yi Chen nodded lightly. He opened his mouth and swallowed it into his body to nurture. However, in the next moment, a chaotic and shocking image appeared in his mind. The owner of the image was the ancient immortal. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Is this an ancient immortal's memory intercepted by the immortal slaying flying dagger? Exalted immortal Gu Hua, the immortal drift bottle, the secret of the God clan. As the memories were digested, golden light flashed in his eyes from time to time. It's exactly the same as my previous speculation. The immortal drift bottle in his body was obtained by the ancient immortal by accident. The original immortal drift bottle had a cap, and the secret of the God clan was hidden on the cap. However, the ancient immortal had lost the cap when he was escaping. Therefore, after Yi Chen obtained the immortal drift bottle, he did not know what it did. He only knew that it had a miraculous effect of accelerating ripening. God clan! Yi Chen lifted his eyes slightly and looked at the world as if he wanted to see through everything. Pangu, where is the godhead you left behind? End of this chapter. Chapter 1706. As the ancient immortal died, the entire earth regained its long-lost peace. The entire earth regained its long-lost peace. However, legends about Yi Chen were spreading all over the world. Countless people set up statues of Yi Chen in their homes to thank him for saving the world. They bathed in incense and prayed day and night. The reason being Yi Chen was like a god to the entire earth. Every country in the world sent envoys to China to express their gratitude. Even the United States, which claimed to be the ruler of the world, was no exception. All of a sudden, China became the holy land of Earth. Countless cultivators and ordinary people traveled thousands of kilometers to China just to worship the holy land in their hearts. They just wanted to see the God in their hearts up close. A month later, at the back mountain of the Yi residence in Lin City, Tiannan, China, Yi Chen sat lazily on the grass with a blade of grass in his mouth. He looked at the 3 children who were playing in the distance, lovingly. Throughout the month, he had rejected any visits from outsiders. He seemed to be enjoying this peaceful time. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, a fragrant wind blew from afar. Suddenly, a warm hand covered her eyes from behind. Then an extremely gentle voice rang in her ear. "Guess who I am?" Yi Chen chuckled softly. He turned around and pressed her under him. He kissed the beauty's exquisite face. "No, don't!" Su Yuhan panicked and pushed him away immediately. Her entire face was as red as if it was dripping blood. Yi Chen kissed her forcefully before letting her go. He lay next to her softly and said with his hands under his head, "Let's see if you still dare to tease me." "Shaochen, why do you think so many people want to become an immortal?" Su Yuhan suddenly lay on him and looked at him calmly. "Is becoming an immortal really that attractive?" Becoming an immortal, Yi Qin mumbled. That's just what people think when they escape fear. Instead of saying that they want to become immortals, it's better to say that they're afraid of death. As the saying goes, those who obey will become mortals, and those who disobey will become immortals. In reality, those who obey will die, and those who disobey will have a chance of survival. Afraid of death? Su Yuhan was slightly stunned, and then she seemed to understand. That's right. Since ancient times, birth, aging, sickness, and death have been everyone's nightmare. Everyone wants to live longer, or even immortality. She suddenly asked, Xiaoqin, are you afraid of death? Why wouldn't I be afraid? Yi Qin said while smiling. If I die, I won't be able to see you, much less our child. Su Yuhan fell silent. After an unknown period of time, she sighed faintly. What if, one day, I disappear in front of your eyes? Yi Chen's body froze slightly when he heard that. He then looked at her with an extremely complicated expression. How much of your past life do you remember exactly? For the past month, he had been deliberately avoiding this question. It wasn't that he didn't want to face it, but that he didn't dare to. But in the end, he still found that he was deceiving himself. Su Yuhan was the reincarnation of the Nether Lord. If she continued to be the weak lady she used to be, perhaps she would be happy with Yi Chen for the rest of her life. However, this was ultimately unrealistic. If Su Yuhan did not cultivate, her lifespan would definitely run out one day. Yi Chen would not allow his woman to only accompany him for decades. However, if Su Yuhan cultivated and became more powerful, the distance between her and the identity of the Nether Lord would be shortened greatly. This was a paradoxical problem. Therefore, Yi Chen had never dared to face it. Su Yuhan bit her lip hard when she met his gaze. She eventually nodded. I remember a lot. Xiaoqin, do you know? The more I remember, the more afraid I am, because I'm afraid of leaving you. Yi Chen held her hand by instinct upon hearing that, and said in a deep voice, Then, don't think about anything else. Is that possible? Su Yuhan forced a smile. During this period of time, I feel like my body doesn't belong to me as soon as I close my eyes. I've seen many scenes. I've seen a familiar yet unfamiliar shadow. It's even a terrifying shadow. As she spoke, her body began to shake uncontrollably as if she was enduring great pressure and pain. Yi Chen hugged her immediately and whispered into her ear, Remember, no matter what happens to you, I'm here. As long as I'm here, nobody can change you. Su Yuhan nodded lightly and snuggled in his embrace. She watched the three children playing far away quietly and could not help but reveal a motherly glow on her face. Xiaoqin, I really want to spend the rest of my life with you like this. I want to watch Meng Meng grow up. I want to watch Yiming grow up. No one knew how long had passed, but she had already fallen asleep in Yi Chen's embrace. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and there seemed to be pain on her beautiful face. Nether Lord, Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. Even if you're the demon ancestor, you can't separate me from Yuhan, let alone the Nether Lord. I'd like to see how your remaining spirituality affects my woman. After saying that, he carried Su Yuhan and disappeared from where he was. The clouds formed a formation 10,000 kilometers high in the sky. Yi Chen put Su Yuhan down gently and sat with his legs crossed. He separated a wisp of divine consciousness and slowly entered Su Yuhan's Mudball Palace. The Mudball Palace was the place where a person's primordial spirit resided. It was extremely sensitive. If it was affected by the slightest external force, it would turn one into an idiot. Chapter 1707. What shocked Yi Chen was Su Yuhan's Mudball Palace was a dark place as if it was hell with no end. It was cold and dark. At the end of the darkness, a faint gleam flashed. Subsequently, a black lotus flew toward Yi Chen slowly. There was a dignified silhouette standing on the black lotus faintly, exuding a domineering aura. The silhouette looked exactly like Su Yuhan, but her eyes were filled with nobility. You're finally here. Lord, Yi Chen's eyes flickered. The silhouette shook her head lightly and said, "No, I'm your woman, Su Yuhan." "Nonsense." Yi Chen laughed out of anger. "There's nothing I can do if you don't admit it." The silhouette sighed softly and said, "The real Lord was destroyed in that battle back then. Only an obsession is left in this world." "Obsession?" Yi Chen frowned. "That's right, it's indeed an obsession." The silhouette nodded and said, "The Lord has fallen a long time ago, but her obsession still exists. Her people are being enslaved now. They're in dire straits and can't be saved. That's her obsession." She was peerless and arrogant. She suppressed the spirit world single-handedly, but she was killed by a perfected immortal who descended to the spirit world. She was indignant. "That's her obsession," Yi Chen said coldly upon hearing that. "Since it's an obsession, why don't you return to the dust as soon as possible? Why are you staying in this world to harm people? May I ask if you can get rid of your obsession, my Lord Immortal Emperor?" The silhouette smiled lightly and looked at Yi Chen quietly. "Your existence is even more than the Lord. You're the 9 heavens Immortal Emperor who rules over thousands of worlds. However, you were betrayed by your sinful disciple. Not only were you dragged down from the Immortal Emperor throne, many of your old subordinates are either dead or crippled. Can you choose to forget all of that?" She was a part of Su Yuhan's consciousness, so naturally, she knew Yi Chen's secret. After all, Yi Chen had told Su Yuhan the secret since the beginning. "No," Yi Chen scoffed. Yi Chen was a vengeful person. The battle in the immortal world back then had a great impact on him. How could he forget it? What's more, even if he was willing to forget, the people in the immortal world would not be able to live in peace unless he was dead. Even everyone related to him was dead. Since that's the case, what qualifications do you have to make the Nether Lord give up his obsession? The beautiful figure smiled and said without any hint of mockery, "Why don't we make a deal?" "What deal?" Yi Chen asked. She slowly opened her mouth and said, "The reason why you dislike me and the Underworld Lord so much is because you think that I will affect your woman and even allow her to steal her away from you. Aren't you?" Yi Chen scoffed. "No." She shook her head and said, "The Nether Lord is dead. I'm just an obsession, let alone possessing Su Yuhan. It's difficult for me to even influence her. She'll still be Su Yuhan. The only difference is that she's accepted the Nether Lord's ability and inheritance. Naturally, she'll bear the responsibility of the Nether Lord. So, I hope to make a deal with you." She looked at Yi Chen and said, "No matter if it's you or me, don't influence any of Su Yuhan's choices. In return, I can promise that when you return to the immortal world in the future, the hundreds of millions of troops from the underworld will be your strongest support. Do you think that's possible?" Yi Chen chuckled. "Why not?" She frowned slightly and said, "Don't forget that with your and Su Yuhan's identities, you're a huge threat to both the spirit world and the immortal world. Think about what kind of situation you'll face when the spirit world or the immortal world find out about your existence. That exalted immortal Guhua is just a golden immortal, and he doesn't even have much of his strength left, yet he made you look so pathetic. What if a zenith heaven golden immortal descends to this world next? What if that wretched disciple of yours comes personally?" At this point, she could not help but shake her head. "You might have the means to escape alone, but what about your woman? Are you going to let her live under your protection for the rest of her life? So, what I mean is to let Su Yuhan bear the responsibility that she should bear. This is a kind of pressure, but it's also an opportunity. That way, she can grow quickly and become your greatest helper in the future. I believe that Su Yuhan herself doesn't want to be your burden." Yi Chen fell into silence as he listened to her narration. "Think about it carefully." The figure shook her head slightly and disappeared from Su Yuhan's consciousness. Above the clouds, Yi Chen retracted his divine consciousness and opened his eyes slowly. He looked at Su Yuhan, who was sleeping soundly with a complicated gaze. With a wave of his sleeve, he landed on the ground with Su Yuhan. At the same time, the Patriarch of Hell and the 4 witches rushed over. "Fellow Yi, something happened." The Patriarch of Hell came up and said, "Something happened in Yin Su." "What exactly happened?" Yi Qin frowned. Di Jiang said in a deep voice, "All the living beings in Yin Su have been expelled to the outside world. The entire Yin Su has been sealed by a mysterious power. We can't go no matter what we do." At the same time, the Pengu Axe artifact, spirit, ancient slave that Yi Qin kept in his consciousness, shook slightly. It said, "It's Master's aura." I sensed Master's aura. Chapter 1708. Master's aura? Yi Chun was stunned at first, then his heart skipped a beat. Pengu? Pengu's aura? The Pengu Axe was a weapon refined by Pengu. The master that the Pengu Axe's weapon spirit mentioned was naturally Pengu. "Yes, it's Master." The Pengu Axe's weapon spirit, Gunu, said excitedly, "Insu, there's Master's aura in Insu." "Insu?" Yi Chen's eyes flickered. As soon as something happened in Insu, Pengu's aura appeared. Could there be some connection between the two? He took a step forward. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the entrance of the Insu tunnel on General Mountain that was thousands of kilometers away. Many Chinese powerhouses who were in charge of guarding the Insu tunnel knelt on the ground. "Greetings, great Emperor!" Yi Qin nodded lightly and looked at the Insu tunnel. His eyes flashed as he slammed his palm onto the huge stone door. A shocking scene appeared. Faced with such an attack from him, the stone door did not move at all. Instead, it was as if it had absorbed all of his power. The Patriarch of Hell, the 4 witches, and the rest who had rushed over were also surprised. With Yi Chen's current ability, even they would not be able to withstand a light attack, right? However, they could not even shake a mere stone door. Yi Chen raised his brows. He turned around and said to Feng Qinzi, who was in charge of guarding this place, "When did this happen?" "Great Emperor, it happened half an hour ago." Feng Qinzi did not dare to hide anything. "Half an hour ago?" Yi Chun frowned slightly and said to Gunu through voice transmission, "The restriction on the Yin Su tunnel seems to have been strengthened. Do you know how to enter?" "This is what Master left behind back then." Gunu said, "Even I don't know how to enter." "Is that so?" Yi Chun was a little disappointed. He looked at the stone door before him, quietly. Suddenly, his body shook slightly. Under the remaining light, he realized that there was a dent at the bottom of the stone door. The dent was shaped like a bottle. Immortal drift bottle? At that moment, such a thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He took a deep breath in and turned around to say to everyone calmly, "You guys leave first. I'll stay and study it." "Yes." Feng Chenzi and the others didn't dare to refuse. They hurriedly left with their people. Even Patriarch Yellow Spring and the 4 ancestral sorcerers nodded in agreement. After everyone left, Yi Chun lifted his hand to set up a barrier. He then looked at the dent on the stone door from a close distance. He was sure that the indentation was exactly the same size as the immortal drift bottle. After hesitating for a moment, a dark green jade bottle appeared in his hand with a thought. This belongs to Master? The moment it saw the immortal drift bottle, the Pengu Axe artifact spirit, Gunu's whole body trembled, and it looked extremely shocked. I see. Seems like this is all arranged by the heavens." He looked at Yi Chun with a complicated gaze and mumbled to himself. "Go." Yi Chun waved his sleeve lightly. The immortal drift bottle shot at the indentation on the stone door immediately. It then embedded itself into the indentation. At that moment, Yi Chen's eyes were a little nervous. It could be said that the immortal drift bottle was his greatest secret. If there was an accident, even he would vomit blood. Buzz. Fortunately, after the stone door fused with the immortal drift bottle, it did not explode or self-destruct. Instead, it trembled slightly and emitted a dazzling light. Even Yi Qin felt a little dizzy. When he saw the scene before him clearly, he was surprised to see a huge circular formation. There were many densely packed small words engraved in the circular formation, and a trace of ancient aura was also emitted from it. The stone door had long disappeared. The immortal drift bottle turned into a ray of light and returned to Yi Chen's body. Ancient teleportation formation. Yi Chen was shocked at first. When he saw the small words on it clearly, his eyes lit up. No, this isn't an ordinary ancient teleportation formation, but a space teleportation formation. As soon as he said that, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. There was actually a space teleportation formation here. If the ancient teleportation formation was limited to a flat surface, then the space teleportation formation involved multiple dimensions. The distance was further, and the design was more complicated. But what does this space teleportation formation mean? Yi Chen frowned and could not help but say, "Could there be something at the other end of the space teleportation formation?" Normally, ordinary people would not easily set up such an unfamiliar teleportation formation. After all, no one knew where the other end of the teleportation formation was. It could be 100,000 meters underground or 10,000 kilometers high in the sky. A slight carelessness would result in death. If the other end of the teleportation formation was destroyed, once one was teleported over, they would fall into a terrifying space-time reversal and space storm. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would probably have to wander aimlessly in the endless, lonely universe. Once their true origin energy was exhausted, only death awaited them. Should he go or not? Yi Chen was a little hesitant. After thinking about it, he took a deep breath in and waved his sleeve. Immediately, a large number of spirit stones appeared before him. I hope it won't disappoint me. He cast a seal and activated the space teleportation formation. At the same time, he threw in a large number of spirit stones, turning the flood of spiritual energy into power for the teleportation formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As he cast the seal, the entire teleportation formation lit up. The entire teleportation formation lit up immediately. In the end, an extremely vast space teleportation power enveloped Yi Chen. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. Meanwhile, the space teleportation formation quietly sank into the ground, and the stone door appeared again. It was as if nothing had changed. End of this chapter. Chapter 1709. To Yi Chen, it was not his first time using the space teleportation formation. Therefore, as soon as he entered the void teleportation formation, he formed a true energy barrier outside his body to protect himself. His figure shuttled through the void teleportation formation quickly, brushing past different light spots from time to time. Those light spots must be the stars closest to Earth. Yi Chen's eyesight was excellent as he mumbled. For example, the first small light spot is the moon, followed by the Big Dipper. He knew that he was rapidly moving away from Earth at an extremely terrifying speed at this moment. Stay away from his parents. Stay away from his wife. This speed had long surpassed the so-called speed of light and rockets. It was as if two stars that were hundreds of light years away could be crossed in the blink of an eye. For some reason, he felt a little melancholic and nervous. If he were to leave like this, never to return, after all, to cultivators, although their divinity was great, it was just a drop in the ocean in the entire world and the vast universe. The lonely universe was dim and silent. After an unknown period of time, on a star that was as dark as the Dead Sea in the vast universe. As a violent spatial storm descended, a figure landed on the ground. Compared to Earth, this star was less than 1/10 of Earth. There was no vitality at all on it. It was filled with a kind of lethargy and death. There was no eternal existence in this world. Not only did humans have lifespan, but so did every star. Clearly, this was a sign that a star was about to die. Yi Chen stepped on the lonely ground and looked down at the star under his feet. His divine consciousness covered a radius of 10,000 kilometers. He thought he would be teleported to a dangerous place. He did not expect to be teleported here. There was no life within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, let alone any traces of living beings. Clearly, this star was not suitable for survival. It was even more withered than the Moon and Mars. Around it were countless stars that were identical to him. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 100 of them. Some of them were filled with life, while others were lifeless. Fortunately, the space teleportation formation is still here. I can return to Earth at any time. Yi Chen turned around to look at the space teleportation formation in the void by instinct. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that it was still there. There must be a reason why this teleportation formation sent me here. Otherwise, no one would spend so much effort just to play a prank on me. Yi Chen vanished from where he was, as he thought to this point. He wanted to explore this desolate star. This star was only 1/10 the size of Earth. With his speed, it took him less than 2 hours to get a general idea of it. He spent some time exploring the nearby planets, and when he returned, his expression became a little strange. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with this star. He stared at the ground beneath his feet, his eyes shining with a light that seemed to be able to see through everything. It's too quiet. Even if it had withered a long time ago, why isn't there any trace of life left on it? The other dried-up stars all more or less had traces of life, such as burning fire seeds or signs of cultivation. However, the star beneath his feet did not move at all. Yi Chen's eyes flickered as he thought to this point. He performed a hand seal with both hands and performed the earth escape technique. He sank into the ground directly. He shuttled through the ground crazily, as if he wanted to explore this dried-up star from top to bottom. In the endless depths of the underground, Yi Chen shuttled through the ground crazily, not feeling any pressure at all. Suddenly, his body shook violently before he took a few steps back heavily, as if he had collided with an extremely hard barrier. That's... Yi Chen lifted his eyes again. He looked at the rock formation before him, quietly as the flames in his eyes danced. The layer of rock that was completely identical to the surroundings had suddenly become different, and it was actually densely covered in formation divine markings. Restriction, an extremely complicated restriction. Yi Chen was overjoyed. He then reached out to touch the rock formation by instinct. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying rebounding force came over, and it caused his vital energy and blood to roil without end. What a powerful restriction. This restriction is so mysterious that I've never seen it before. It's completely different from the restriction rules in the cultivation world and the immortal world. It's hard to imagine that there's such a powerful restriction hidden under this seemingly inconspicuous planet. He secretly took a deep breath. Before he could react, the immortal drift bottle in his body suddenly started to vibrate. At the next moment, the immortal drift bottle forcefully appeared from his body and started to spin rapidly around the rock formation that was covered by the restriction. Suddenly, drops of green leaves dripped from it and landed on the rock formation. Crack, crack, crack. As a crisp sound was heard, the restriction that even Yi Chen was helpless against collapsed on its own. Within a few breaths of time, a huge hole appeared on the rock formation. It could accommodate one person. Yi Chen put the immortal drift bottle away and took a step out. He immediately shuttled through the huge hole. What greeted his eyes was a quiet space. It was so quiet that there was no sound at all. There was actually a giant statue in this space. The giant lay flat on the ground. From afar, its body was so huge that it looked like an incomparably majestic mountain range. Even Mount Tai would pale in comparison. Master's statue, this is Master's statue. At that moment, the excited voice of the Pangu Axe's artifact spirit, Gunu, sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Subsequently, the Pangu Axe forcefully shot out from its body. It surrounded the giant's figure and muttered, "Master, is it Panga's statue?" Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He took a step forward and approached the giant quickly. Immediately, he felt an extremely powerful pressure coming at him. The pressure seemed to look down on everything, and it seemed to be unruly and unruly. There was a huge vertical eye between the giant's brows. There was a faint, divine glow flickering in the vertical eye at that moment. From time to time, it would emit an aura that made Yi Chen suffocate. Yi Chen gulped. That's Master's godhead. Gu Nu shed tears and said, So Master hid the godhood on this desolate star. I see. Yi Chen was surprised and delighted. At the same time, he was shocked by Pengu's plan. It was because this lonely planet was too inconspicuous. If not for his preconceived notions, he would have thought that it was an ordinary planet. If Pengu had left the godhead on Earth, Earth would be in an even more dangerous situation. I must obtain the God Clan's godhead. With a thought, Yi Chen turned into a ray of light and rushed into the giant's glabella. He had a feeling that this was his opportunity. This opportunity was even more terrifying than the immortal drift bottle. End of this chapter. Chapter 1710. As Yi Chen charged into the giant's glabella, the underground space returned to silence once again. Meanwhile, the desolate star that the underground space was located on was still standing quietly in the universe. It was inconspicuous among the hundreds of stars of the same size around it. No one knew that there was a young man from the distant Earth who was about to receive a heaven-defying opportunity on this planet. It was a vast world. Stars were scattered between heaven and earth, mixed with darkness and coldness. Yi Chen was in it. His face was filled with extreme shock as he looked at the meteor shower that passed by him quickly. Is this the world inside the giant's body? He was just too shocked. The world inside the giant's body looked like a separate universe that contained countless stars. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he might have thought that he was in the outside world, forming a sea of stars in his body. Such a technique is heaven-defying. How terrifying is the legendary god tribe! Yi Chen suppressed the shock within him. He took a step forward and wandered in the vast sea of stars. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and stared into the distance. There was a speck of light that was even smaller than the surrounding stars, quietly floating there. Although it wasn't huge, the light it emitted made the many stars in the surroundings lose their splendor. It was as if it was the king of the stars. Above it, a mysterious power was being emitted, accompanied by a resplendent purple light. At the same time, the immortal drift bottle in his body moved again. This time, it was 1,000 times more terrifying than before. It was as if it had been summoned by some fatal force. Yi Chen forcefully sealed it in his body and prevented it from coming out to prevent any unforeseen events that he could not control from happening again. That's Master's godhead. Pengu Axe's artifact spirit, Gu Nu said excitedly. That's the inherited godhead of the god tribe, the godhead left behind by Master. As expected, golden light exploded from Yi Chen's eyes immediately. Pengu was so powerful, with the ability to split heaven and earth. How could the godhead he left behind be an ordinary item? Yi Chen stared at the purple light with a burning gaze. Subsequently, he walked toward it step by step and extended his palm slowly. Boom! Right at that moment, the purple ball of light immediately emitted a force that he couldn't resist, and then it was accompanied by an indifferent and dignified voice. Those who haven't obtained the recognition have no fate with the divine spark. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly upon seeing that. Then he took another step forward. Boom! In an instant, a huge door appeared out of thin air behind the purple ball of light. Purple light filled the heaven and earth door as if everything in the world, including Yi Chen, had turned into a part of the purple light. As soon as the heaven and earth door appeared, Yi Chen immediately sensed a sense of reverence that came from deep within his soul. This feeling of reverence even caused his soul to tremble. If you don't acknowledge me, why did you lure me here? I don't believe that I won't be manipulated by anyone. Yi Chen had an unyielding look in his eyes as he took a step forward with all his might. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably thick purple hand shot out from the heaven and earth gate. Then he pointed a finger at Yi Chen. It was this finger. It made Yi Chen's heart skip a beat. All the hair on his body stood on end. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. He then took a deep breath in and was about to take the terrifying finger head-on. He had a feeling that if he missed the opportunity before him, he might regret it for the rest of his life. At the next moment, the immortal drift bottle in his body broke through the seal and turned into a ray of jade-green light that left his body, shooting towards the finger that was descending from afar. Buzz, 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 the terrifying finger disappeared instantly. The entire heaven and earth door shook violently, as if this space could collapse at any time. Just when Yi Chen was prepared to face the danger, the indifferent and dignified voice from before sounded again, the immortal drift bottle. The voice seemed to be sighing and at a loss. Rumble! Subsequently, a terrifying suction force came from the gigantic heaven and earth door. Yi Chen's body was sucked in uncontrollably. Before he could react, the first thing that entered his eyes was a giant. Whether it was the giant's size or aura, it was even larger and vaster than Panga's body outside. There was a vast universe above the giant's head, and he stood in the endless starry sky. Many stars seemed too insignificant before him, like a bubble. This was a powerful race. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. The giant was holding a baby in his arms at that moment. Although it was a baby, it was taller than any earthling Yi Chen had ever seen. Soon, the giant passed through the endless galaxy and crossed a distant land. Finally, he arrived outside a planet that was wrapped in blue. The giant sized up the blue planet, then lowered his head to look at the baby in his arms. Immediately after, he threw the baby onto the blue planet. After that, the giant turned around and left, disappearing into the endless universe. He did not look at the baby again. He was extremely determined. Yi Chen's eyes flickered when he saw that. He seemed to have understood something. The blue planet before him must have been the early Earth. As for the baby that was thrown onto Earth, he was on the verge of coming out. In the early days, Earth was in chaos. He did not know what heaven and earth were, what all living things were, or what life was. Yi Chen just stood there and watched. Time passed quickly. He personally witnessed the growth of the baby that was thrown onto Earth, from a baby to a teenager and then to a young man. The young man left Earth and headed to the extremely distant Waystar Zone. When he returned again, he was on the verge of death. One day, the young man held a sharp axe and broke through the void of chaos. From then on, there was heaven and earth. The young man fell, and his body transformed into everything. Almost at that moment, the voice from before sounded in Yi Chen's mind again. Inheritor, my name is Pangu. I hope that you can return to the God clan one day after obtaining my inheritance. His subsequent voice was extremely hazy. Yi Chen could not hear it clearly at all. At the next moment, Yi Chen's body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. Subsequently, he seemed to be thrown into a mysterious space. At the same time, a large amount of terrifying memories surrounded him from all directions, like a tide, completely covering him. The amount of information was so great that even with Yi Chen's powerful divine will, he still felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. He could not help but let out a painful cry. Ancient star technique, sky-splitting 9 styles, earth-splitting 8 halberds. End of this chapter. Chapter 1711. Time passed bit by bit. However, in this vast universe, even though millions of years had passed, not much had changed. The universe was still dark and lonely. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, on the planet Yi Chen was on, a bolt of lightning crossed from another galaxy and finally landed on the lonely planet. As the lightning fell, a huge and ferocious lightning beast was revealed. The lightning beast looked like a rhinoceros, and lightning would occasionally erupt between the 2 ferocious vertical horns on its head. On the lightning beast sat a handsome young man. The young man's face was slightly pale, and he wore black armor. His appearance was slightly different from the people on Earth. Roar! The lightning beast roared and immediately bent its front legs, slightly kneeling. The young man gently leaped down from its body. Only then did he size up the lonely planet beneath his feet. A hint of suspicion flashed across his handsome face. That's strange. Why did the sky drilling rat lead me all the way here? As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of black light shot out from his sleeve. As soon as the black light landed on the ground, it immediately revealed a large furry object. It looked like a black cat, but it had a long nose and sharp scales on its body. As soon as the sky drilling rat appeared, it sniffed everywhere with its nose, as if it was sensing something. All right, stop fooling around. The young man snorted coldly. That would spirit planets, Mukue took advantage of my absence to ambush me. I'm afraid he has already followed me here. I can't stay here for long. With that, a trace of scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, he suddenly looked into the distance, and his expression changed slightly. Damn it, Mukue actually followed me all the way here. Looks like he really wants me dead. Bastard. As the young man cursed, the sky drilling rat found a direction and suddenly plunged into the ground. That's right, dive into the depths of this planet. The young man immediately revealed a look of understanding. With a wave of his sleeve, he kept the lightning beast and burrowed deep underground. After a few breaths of time, a burly man descended where the young man was previously. The burly man carefully sensed for a while, then looked at the place where the young man had entered. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Fireshan, do you think you can escape? He made a hand seal, and his whole body followed into the ground. Damn it! Why is this Mukue constantly chasing after me? Could it be that he did something to me? Deep underground, the young man cursed madly as he ran for his life. In the depths of the desolate planet, an egg-shaped object had appeared at an unknown time. This egg-shaped object was the size of a mountain, and it was entirely purple in color. It forcefully squeezed out a space within the layer of rocks. What is that? The youth who was running for his life was shocked when he saw this. There was actually a miraculous fetus in the depths of this desolate star. This was the first time he had seen something like this. Ka! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the egg-shaped object. Then, countless more cracks spread out. As the eggshell shattered, a green-clothed figure appeared. It was a young man in green. He was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. There was no aura coming from him, as if he had lost all signs of life. Who is this person? The young man was puzzled. At this moment, the seemingly dead young man in green suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! As he opened his eyes, in that instant, a huge thunderclap was set off in the depths of the ground, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth and spreading across the starry sky. At this moment, the young man in green was floating in midair, lightning swimming around his body. His long hair was bathed in lightning, and it fluttered without any wind. Then, the young man in green suddenly looked at the young man. Just one look. The young man was almost scared out of his wits. This was a pair of indescribable eyes that seemed to contain the entire world. It was as if they could see through all the laws in the world with a single glance. It was an extremely shocking sight, and it caused the depths of one's soul to tremble. Who is this person? The young man's body trembled. He felt as if there was an invisible hand strangling his throat, and his eyes widened. It was too terrifying. One had to know that he was also at the late divine transformation stage, but now he felt as if he had been seen through by a single glance. Even among the many clan elders, he had never felt such pressure, as if he was about to die. At this moment, he somewhat regretted coming here. This person must be an old monster who lives in seclusion on this planet to cultivate. I don't know if I've offended him by accidentally barging into this place. The more the young man thought about it, the more afraid he became. He gritted his teeth and knelt heavily before Yi Chen under the pressure. He said in a trembling voice, "I'm Hua Xian from the Fire Spirit Planet's Fire Spirit Clan. I accidentally entered Senior's closed door cultivation place. Please forgive me, Senior." To cultivators, closed-door cultivation was the most important thing, and they could not be disturbed by the outside world. Therefore, he knew very well the temper of these old monsters. Once he was displeased, he would easily slaughter the entire planet. As he knelt, Yi Chen looked at him quietly and said emotionlessly, "Leave this planet within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." The lightning dispersed. His words were extremely calm. However, when it landed in the young man's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. "Yes, yes, yes. I'll leave now." The young man knelt again and stood up. He did not care too much and was about to leave. However, at that moment, a powerful divine consciousness swept over from afar. The young man stopped in his tracks, and his expression changed drastically. "Mu-Kuei, this damn ghost is really lingering." He could not help but reveal despair. Mu-Kuei was a perfected god, transformation stage cultivator. His cultivation base was higher than his, but he had shamelessly ambushed him earlier. He did not have the strength to fight anymore. If he was really caught by him, one could imagine what would happen to him. However, if he did not leave, Yi Chen behind him would definitely be unhappy. He gritted his teeth as he thought to this point. He suddenly turned around and knelt before Yi Chen again. "Senior, there's a great enemy who wants to kill me. Please save this junior's life. This junior will definitely follow you." Before Yi Chen could speak, the divine consciousness in the distance was getting closer and closer. It was accompanied by a mocking voice. "Hua Xian, you're not running anymore?" As his voice fell, a burly man approached from afar and coincidentally blocked Hua Xian's path. "Mu-Kuei, you'll die a horrible death." Hua Xian was in complete despair. Mu-Kuei smiled disdainfully when he heard that. However, he was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked at Yi Chen, who was before Hua Xian, cautiously. The reason being, Hua Xian was kneeling before the unfamiliar young man. In addition, the young man did not reveal any aura at all, which made him somewhat uncertain. Thinking to this point, Mu-Kuei could not help but probe. "Hua Xian, you're a genius of Fire Spirit Planet, after all. I didn't expect you to kneel in front of someone else." He had thought that Hua Xian would reveal an embarrassed expression. Who would have thought that Hua Xian would look at him as if he had something to rely on? He sneered and said, "Mu-Kuei, how can you be so presumptuous in front of a senior? Hurry up and leave." End of this chapter. Chapter 1712. To Huishuan, since Mu-Kuei had already caught up, it was impossible for him to escape. Instead of that, he might as well take a gamble. He gambled that Yi Chen, who was behind him, was a peerless old monster who was cultivating in seclusion. He gambled that Yi Chen did not want to see him bleed in front of him. Hearing his reprimand, Mu-Kuei's pupils constricted violently, and his heart became more and more unfathomable. After all, Huishuan had been running for his life earlier. He was afraid of him, so how could he be as confident as he was now? Thinking to this point, he could not help but take a deep look at Yi Chen in the distance. He cupped his fists and said, "May I know how to address you, fellow? I'm Mu-Kuei of Wood Spirit Planet. I hope you won't interfere in the grudge between me and Huishuan." He did not know Yi Chen's strength, so he probed again. However, Yi Chen closed his eyes slowly as if he did not hear him. An emotionless voice was heard. "Scram within 3 breaths or die." Mu-Kuei faintly felt furious in his heart. He was originally a genius of Wood Spirit Planet. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Moreover, it was a brat who looked so ordinary. What a shameless brat! He shouted and formed a hand seal with both hands. "Go!" Suddenly, a gigantic red shadow that looked like a demon shot out from his body. Then it charged at Yi Chen. The gigantic red shadow was like an enormous six-winged centipede, and it was filled with a threatening, murderous aura. Wood spirit technique. Huoshuan's expression changed when he saw this. It was because Mu Kuei had used this move to injure him earlier. The red shadow was as fast as lightning. Coupled with the fact that the distance between the two of them was not far, it arrived before Yi Qin almost instantly. However, before the red shadow could touch Yi Qin, it was struck by a bolt of lightning. Then it screamed and turned into ashes. Blurg! Almost at that instant, Mu Kuei spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he could not care too much and quickly fled into the distance with an extremely shocked expression. This person actually broke my wood spirit technique. Run, I must run. At this moment, the shock in his heart had reached a point where it could not be any greater. Yi Qin opened his eyes again. This time he was filled with killing intent. He stretched out his hand gently, and it seemed to have turned into a giant palm that could split the earth. No. Mu Kuei immediately sensed an extremely terrifying suction force, and his body flew back uncontrollably. Senior, spare me! Spare me! At that moment, Mu Kuei looked at Yi Chan with fear in his eyes again. I'm from Wood Spirit Planet. Senior, my great-grandfather is the master of Wood Spirit Planet. You can't kill me! Yi Qin shook his arm and crushed his body instantly. A miniature person looked at him in fear. It was the wood spirit's divine soul. No, you can't kill me! It screamed wildly. Yi Chen's expression did not change. He pointed a finger between his brows, and an extremely terrifying force was about to destroy his astral body. Suddenly, a crimson gleam shot out from his soul and turned into an illusory figure before Yi Qin. Fellow Taoist, I am the master of Wood Spirit Star Mu Baiming. Please hold your hands for a moment. We can discuss this. There was a faint pressure coming from it. Tao integration final stage? Surprise flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Subsequently, he forcefully erased Mu Kuei's soul. Brat, how dare you? The illusory figure seemed to have sensed that Mu Kuei had died, and his aura instantly became extremely violent. However, in the next moment, his projection instantly dissipated. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. When Huaxian woke up from his daze, he could not help but shudder. Mu Kuei had been killed. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a cold gaze directed at him. Plop! He knelt heavily on the ground, his body trembling. Yi Qin retracted his gaze and said, Does this star have a name? Hua Xian did not dare to hide anything. He immediately said respectfully, Senior, this star is called Haixing Star. It said that this star was a sea countless years ago, but I don't know why it died later on. Haixing Star? Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly. After accepting Panga's inheritance, he learned too many things. For example, the Haixing Star in front of him was originally full of vitality, and there was no lack of civilizations. Later on, Pangu hid the godhead under the star, and the godhead absorbed the life force of the star, causing this star to completely wither. Seeing that he was silent, Huaxian trembled even more. He subconsciously said, Senior, if you don't mind, you can follow me to Fire Spirit Star. That's my ancestral land. That works too. Yi Qin agreed to it, surprisingly. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a lightning beast spread its wings and soared in the starry sky. On its back sat a figure in green. Beside the figure in green, there was a young man in black armor standing respectfully. Yi Chan sat cross-legged and immersed his divine consciousness into his mind. In his mind, he saw a purple diamond-shaped object floating quietly in his Shinting acupoint. It faintly emitted a holy aura. If exalted immortal Gu Hua had not died, he would definitely know that this was the treasure that he had painstakingly wanted. Panga's godhead. Sensing the aura coming from the diamond-shaped object, Yi Chen's eyes burned with passion. This time he learned a piece of news that was enough to shake the three realms. This news was related to the God tribe. Everyone thought that cultivating to become an immortal was the limit of this world. Even Yi Qin was no exception. End of this chapter. Chapter 1713. However, in reality, there were even higher existences above immortals, and these existences were known as the God Clan. They were also known as ancient gods. They were born as innate gods and demons. They could easily destroy billions of stars and split the world apart. They were the true masters of this world. Pangu was one of these ancient gods. However, since he was young, he was abandoned by the adult god clan in the universe, leaving him to fend for himself. This was also a necessary process for the growth of the god clan. Any newborn of the god clan would be thrown into the lonely universe by the adult god clan. Pangu tried to return to the god clan as soon as he became an adult. For some unknown reason, he suddenly died, and his body evolved into all things on earth. Thinking to this point, Yi Qin could not help but secretly suck in a breath of cold air. There's actually a danger in this world that can cause a god clan to die. How terrifying! At the next moment, at the center of his eyebrows, there was a faint mark that looked like a star slowly floating. However, this star seemed a little dim, as if it was only half a star. After accepting Pangu's godhead, Yi Qin could be considered an ancient god now, but he was equivalent to an ancient god in his infancy. However, Pangu's godhead only contained memories and no substantial power inheritance. The god clan consumed the vitality of the stars as energy, and their cultivation base was also calculated according to the power of the stars. Specific strength was measured by the number of stars, such as 1-star ancient god, 2-star ancient god, and so on, all the way to 9-star ancient god. At his peak, Pangu was a 5-star ancient god with the ability to split the world apart. The star mark between Yi Qin's brows represented that he was currently a 1-star ancient god. The greatest reliance of an ancient god was their physical body. They were known as the ancient god body, which could destroy billions of stars with a raise of their hand. If Yi Qin successfully cultivated the ancient god's body, he would be able to fight against that ancient immortal with his physical body alone. However, the conditions for cultivating the ancient god body were extremely harsh. He needed to find the 5 most extreme energies in this world as the prerequisite for building the ancient god body. This was also the reason why he agreed to come to Fire Spirit Star. After all, he was already here, so there was no hurry. At this moment, an extremely respectful voice woke him up. "Senior, we've arrived at Fire Spirit Star." Yi Qin looked up and looked down at the planet below. The planet was not big. It was no different from planet Ocean Ascension and was only 1/10 the size of Earth. However, the spiritual chi on this planet was extremely dense. Numerous fire dragons formed an array on the surface of the planet. Upon closer inspection, the source of the fire dragon's power was actually the boundless fire spiritual chi on the ground. This was a planet with terrifying fire elements. No wonder it was called Fire Spirit Star. As if sensing Lin Ming's doubts, Profound Fire immediately explained, "Senior might not know, but there are 3 other existences like my Fire Spirit Star. They are the Wood Spirit Star, the Earth Spirit Star, and the Gold Spirit Star. Metal, wood, earth, and fire? The 5 elements." Yi Qin was surprised. What about planet Water Spirit? This place was very similar to Earth. Earth was also surrounded by Jupiter, Mars, and other planets. Of course, neither Jupiter nor Mars were suitable for human survival. Hua Xian couldn't help but say, "Strictly speaking, there is no Water Spirit Star now. If you want to trace it back, then Sea Ascension Star is the Water Spirit Star that Senior mentioned." "I see." Yi Qin came to a realization. Just as the 2 of them were about to approach the surface of Fire Spirit Star, a powerful barrier suddenly rippled out. From afar, it looked like a layer of planet protection formed by endless flames. "Senior, this is the star formation of my Fire Spirit Star. Its purpose is to prevent people from other galaxies from entering." Hua Xian took a few steps forward and waved his sleeve. Immediately, a token shot out, and a phantom that looked like a fire dragon was released from the token. As soon as the fire dragon came into contact with the star formation, a hole immediately opened on the surface of the star formation. "Senior, please follow me." Hua Xian cupped his fists at Yi Chen and walked at the front. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. He followed him through the star formation and entered Fire Spirit Star. He instantly felt the Fire Spirit Star that was as dense as the sea. Boom! Boom! At the same time, several figures rushed over from afar. They were 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was a woman in a red dress. Seeing the 3 of them, Hua Xian was not surprised but happy. He hurriedly said, "Big sister, little brother, you're finally back." The woman in the red dress whistled over and sized up Hua Xian from head to toe. She could not help but say coldly, "You're injured? Tell me who did it." As soon as she said that, she noticed Yi Chen, who was next to Hua Xian. A cold gleam flashed through her beautiful eyes. The other 2 were no exception. Clearly, they treated Yi Chen as the murderer. "Big sister, you're mistaken." Hua Xian's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly explained, "My injury has nothing to do with Senior Yi. On the contrary, if it weren't for him, I might have already died." "Senior?" Before the woman in the red dress could speak, one of the other 2 men sneered. "Hua Xian, you actually called a brat a young man. Are you confused?" "Hua Yuan is right." The other young man looked at Yi Chen suspiciously. "This brat is about the same age as us. How can he be called a senior?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1714. Faced with Hua Yuan and Hua Xian's doubts, even the red-clothed woman named Hua Yin shook her head non-committally. In her opinion, Yi Chen was younger than them. At his age, his cultivation base was at most at the soul formation stage. How could he be qualified to call himself a senior in front of them? "All right, little brother, go back with big sister. Father wants to see you. This time, there can't be any mishaps in the Fire Spirit Star's God sacrifice hall." Hua Yun grabbed Hua Xian with one hand and was about to leave. "Big sister." Hua Xian's expression changed slightly. He could not help but look at Yi Chen subconsciously. He did not want them to offend the senior. As if guessing what he was thinking, Yi Chen said lightly, "Go back with them. I'll take a stroll around this planet." With that, Hui Yin and the other 2 had already grabbed Hua Xian and left. Yi Chen watched as the group left. A glint flashed in his eyes. The god sacrifice ceremony? In the next moment, he took a step forward and instantly disappeared. On an official road on the land of Fire Spirit Star, Yi Chen restrained his aura and walked slowly on the official road. His handsome face and green clothes made him look incomparably elegant. He discovered that although the size of Fire Spirit Star was only 1/10 of Earth's, in terms of spiritual energy density, Earth could not compare to it. Along the way, Fire Spirit Star was densely populated. It also had the secular world and mortal dynasties. Obtaining the Panga divinity is my biggest harvest this time. Yi Chen murmured, "If I can successfully cultivate the ancient god body, I can separate a clone with the ancient god body." There were few people on the official road. Occasionally, there would be pedestrians hurrying along, but they did not look at Yi Chen. In their opinion, Yi Chen was just a scholar who came to the capital to take the exam. At this moment, the ground began to shake violently. Then they saw a tall, sturdy horse galloping over from afar. "Get out of the way. The horse has gone mad. I won't be responsible if it dies." There was a man in black on the tall horse. The man frantically tightened the reins, trying to stop the horse. However, the horse's eyes were red and the veins on its body were bulging. It had clearly gone mad and would not listen to its commands. Thump, thump, thump. The horse that had lost control charged toward Yi Chen recklessly. "Be careful," the man in black exclaimed. Bang! Suddenly, Yi Chen threw a punch, and the horse flew out forcefully. It rolled a few times along with the hunk in black. Bastard! The hunk in black waved his horsewhip at Yi Chen without saying a word as he watched his beloved horse die on the spot due to the intense pain. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to hurt these mortals, but if they wanted to die, he didn't mind killing them. Third brother, stop! At that moment, a furious shout came from behind the hunk in black. Subsequently, a hand grabbed the horsewhip that was about to land on Yi Chen's face. At the same time, a middle-aged man in silk blocked Yi Chen's way. He stared at the hunk in black and said, "Have you forgotten what I told you before we left?" "Big brother, this brat killed my horse." The black-clothed man muttered unwillingly. He had spent a lot of money to get his hands on this horse, and he usually treated it like a treasure. He did not know why it suddenly went crazy. "Shut up!" The man in silk scolded coldly. "Your horse almost hurt this little brother. If it wasn't for this little brother's strength, the consequences would be unimaginable." After saying that, he turned around and clasped his fists at Yi Chen. "Little brother, I hope you don't mind that I scared you earlier. I'm Lu Jianzhang from the Mighty Dragon Escort Agency. I'm here to apologize to you." After saying that, he took out a bag. "Little brother, here are 100 copper coins. Please accept it. Treat it as my treat." "No need." Yi Chen shook his head lightly. Lu Jianzhang was reasonable. He did not think that Yi Chen was biased because he was young and alone. After saying that, he turned around and left. Seeing that, the hunk in black said unhappily, "Big brother, this brat doesn't know what's good for him. Should I teach him a lesson?" "Shut up," Lu Jianzhang scolded. "I've told you many times, but you still can't change your temper. We should try not to make enemies with others when we travel the world. Let's go. Don't let the young mistress worry." He took a good look at Yi Chen, who was far away, and whistled. A black horse leaped out from afar. In the dense forest, a group of about 20 people escorted a carriage on the official road. Behind the carriages were boxes being dragged by horses. On the boxes were the words, "Mighty Dragon Escort Agency." At this moment, outside the carriage, Lu Jianzhang bowed and clasped his fists. "Young mistress, we can depart now." A crisp voice came from the carriage through the curtain. "Uncle Lu, is second Uncle Liao all right?" "He's fine," Lu Jianzhang immediately said. "Fortunately, we met a little brother on the way. He killed that crazy horse with one punch." "Killed a crazy horse with one punch?" The young mistress was a little surprised. This person has such brute force. "I'm afraid he's not an ordinary person." "Young mistress, he's a scholar," Lu Jianzhang replied. "He must be someone who came to the capital to take the exam. It's not strange for a scholar to learn martial arts to protect himself." "I see. Let's depart then." "Yes." Lu Jianzhang immediately jumped off the carriage and ordered the group to depart. However, to everyone's surprise, the previously incomparably obedient horse refused to move no matter what. No matter how they whipped it, it would not move. Instead, it circled on the spot, looking anxious and manic. "There's a situation. Everyone, pay attention." Lu Jianzhang's expression changed, and he immediately shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people suddenly appeared from the forest on both sides of the official road. There were 50 people in total. The leader carried a large sword and led his men to block the path of Lu Jianzhang and the others. Everyone in the Mighty Dragon Escort Agency picked up their weapons at the same time. They looked at these people with vigilance and nervousness. Lu Jianzhang's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Don't be rash." The next moment, he quickly walked out and said to the leader, "Brother, we're from the capital's Mighty Dragon Escort Agency. Please let us pass." He couldn't be more familiar with this scene. When they traveled north and south to protect their escorts, it was inevitable that they would encounter bandits and robbers. Thus, they would often give out some money to ensure their safety. After saying that, he immediately took out a bag and threw it to the leader. "Brother, there's 100 gold coins inside. Treat it as a drink." Gold coins were a type of local currency. Below it were silver beads and copper coins. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. Usually, a family's monthly rations were only 200 copper coins. From this, one could see that the weight of 100 gold coins was not light. Chapter 17:15. At first, Lu Jianzhang thought that the bandits in front of him were just a bunch of ordinary bandits. After he announced the name of the Mighty Dragon Escort Agency and bribed them, the other party would definitely retreat. However, who would have thought that after the leader took the 100 gold coins, he would sneer without even looking at it. What Mighty Dragon Escort Agency? I have never heard of it. I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to die, throw away everything and scram. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jianzhang's expression gradually darkened. He waved his hand. Attack! He had said some nice words. Since the other party was so untactful, then he could only use force. Kill! As soon as he gave the order, the black-robed man and the others immediately rushed out in a line, leading their men to attack. Protect the young lady, Lu Jianzhang ordered. He also rushed out with his men towards the leader. Die! At this moment, he released all the energy in his body. His martial arts cultivation was no weaker than the foundation establishment stage. As the escort of the Mighty Dragon Escort Agency, Lu Jianzhang was quite famous in Jianghu. If he didn't have some ability, he would have died on the streets. After feeling this aura, the expression of the knife-wielding man changed dramatically. The next moment, suddenly, a green light shot out from behind him. Ah! Lu Jianzhang screamed and rolled away. If one looked closely, they would see that his right arm was cut off at the shoulder and blood was gushing out. Big brother. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed dramatically. However, Lu Jianzhang endured the pain and stared at the knife-wielding man. Flying sword! May I ask which cultivator it is? At the same time, his heart completely sank. On Fire Spirit Star, the hierarchy was strict. Above mortals like them were cultivators. However, in the cultivation world, cultivators were not allowed to attack mortals. Just as he finished speaking, an old man in a Taoist robe slowly walked out from behind the knife-wielding man. The old man's expression was sinister, and there was a hint of arrogance at the corner of his mouth. This old man is Taoist Qiguang. The old man slowly said, Lu Jianzhang, hand over the wood spirit tablet, and perhaps this old man can give you a chance to reincarnate. So, you came for the wood spirit tablet. Lu Jianzhang smiled bitterly. The item he was escorting this time was this wooden spirit tablet. However, he didn't know what this wooden tablet was. He only knew that before he left, the escort master had repeatedly warned him that this dart could not be lost. Otherwise, the hundreds of people in the Wei Long escort agency would die without a complete corpse. For this reason, the escort master even sent his only daughter to supervise the delivery of the goods. Who would have thought that this so-called dart would involve a cultivator? Senior Crimson Edge, we've long since viewed the delivery of goods as more important than our own lives. Thinking of this, Lu Jianzhang couldn't help but take a deep breath. My Mighty Dragon Escort Agency also knows cultivators. I hope Senior Crimson Light will give us face and not make things difficult for us. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Taoist Qiguang's killing intent flashed. He opened his mouth and spat out a green light that whizzed towards Lu Jianzhang again. My life is over. Lu Jianzhang could not help but close his eyes in despair. He knew very well how powerful cultivators were, so he couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. Ah! But at that moment, he suddenly heard Taoist Qiguang screams. He opened his eyes and saw that Taoist Qiguang was coughing up blood. His expression was extremely dispirited as he looked around. Who is it? Which fellow Taoist attacked me? Right now, his expression was one of shock. He was already a late-stage golden core cultivator. but someone had unknowingly broken through his magic treasure. This person must be a cultivator, and one with a higher level of cultivation than him. At the same time, a leaf floated over with the wind and landed on Taoist Qiguang. "Ah!" Taoist Qiguang screamed. His entire body was cut in two by the leaf, and even his golden core did not survive. Dead silence. The surroundings suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The most shocked was Lu Jianzhong. He was a cultivator, but he died instantly. "Run! Run quickly! Ghost!" When the bandits came to their senses, they ran without another word, wishing they had two more legs. Even the immortal in their eyes had died, let alone them. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bandits had run away, leaving behind a stunned Lu Jianzhong and the rest. A moment later, Lu Jianzhong came to his senses. He knelt heavily on the ground and said respectfully, "Thank you, mountain god, for saving our lives." In the blink of an eye, everyone knelt down and kowtowed like they were pounding garlic. Hearing that, Yi Chen, who was 5 kilometers away, retracted his divine consciousness. He could not help but smile. Mountain god? Interesting. At the same time, in the capital city that was thousands of kilometers away, in a noble's mansion, a messenger pigeon landed in front of the window. A withered hand grabbed it and took a letter tube from its feet. After a while, a voice that seemed to be mixed with anger sounded. That trash Qiguang actually failed and died. Could it be that other cultivators interfered? Another cry of alarm followed. The wood spirit tablet is extremely important. If other forces obtain it, pass down my order. Let old Ghost Hanming take action. We must obtain the wood spirit tablet. In an instant, another messenger pigeon flew out. After Lu Jianzhong and the rest knelt to express their gratitude, they immediately urged everyone to set off overnight. After the group walked for more than 5 kilometers, they noticed a young man walking slowly on the official road in the distance. The black-clothed man from before pulled the reins and said, "Big brother, it's that brat, just now." Lu Jianzhong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He then controlled the horse to catch up to Yi Chen. "Little brother, we meet again." Yi Chen nodded lightly. Lu Jianzhong looked around and could not help but say, "Little brother, you seem to be heading to the capital city. You happen to be going the same way as us. Why don't we travel together? We can take care of each other." He saw that Yi Chen was traveling alone. It was a long journey to the capital city, so he wanted to help him. "Sure." Yi Chen was a man of few words. Lu Jianzhong smiled immediately and said, "Third brother, give your horse to this little brother." Although the black-clothed man was unwilling, he still gave his horse to Yi Chen obediently. In the second half of the night, the group finally could not hold on anymore. They chose a mining area to set up camp. They set up a bonfire and took out their dry food to satisfy their hunger. Everyone was chatting and laughing around the bonfire, drinking wine and eating meat. Lu Jianzhong glanced at Yi Chen, who was sitting far away. He picked up a pot of wine and some roasted meat and walked over. He said, while smiling, "Brother Yi, eat something. It's still a long way." "Thank you." Yi Chen nodded lightly. Lu Jianzhong saw that he did not want to talk, so he did not ask further and returned to the bonfire. The black-clothed man from before looked at him and said hesitantly, "Big brother, what exactly is the wood spirit tablet?" He had been holding back this question for a long time. As soon as he said that, Lu Jianzhong's expression changed drastically. He glared at him. "Shut up. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Do you want to die?" Chapter 17:16. Seeing Lu Jianzhong's huge reaction, the hunk in black was shocked and dared not ask any more questions. The rest shut their mouths immediately. However, everyone had a question in their hearts. What exactly was this with spirit tablet? How could it alarm a cultivator? Lu Jianzhong fell hard onto the ground. His face was rather pale. If one looked closely, they would notice that the wound on his right shoulder had split open. Blood was flowing out. "Big brother!" The hunk in black helped him up immediately. At the same time he shouted, Call Old Wong now." Old Wong was the only doctor in the escort team. He specialized in treating injuries from falls. Soon, a white-haired old man was dragged over by someone. The old man bent down to check Lu Jianzhang's injury. He then took out the medicine box that he carried with him to stop the bleeding. However, the bleeding could not be stopped no matter what. It was as if blood was gushing out. "Forgive me for not being able to treat Mr. Lu's injury." Old Wong forced a smile. The hunk in black grabbed his collar. "What nonsense are you talking about, old thing?" At that moment, a calm voice suddenly came from the side. "Use this to clean his wound. It might work." Everyone looked over. Nobody knew when Yi Chen had walked over with a wine gourd in his hand. The hunk in black was enraged. "Bastard! Are you trying to kill my big brother?" "Third brother." Lu Jianzhang endured the pain and said, "Bring me the wine of the little brother." "Big brother." The hunk in black was unwilling. He did not believe Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was just an outsider. If he had any evil intentions, Lu Jianzhang would be dead for sure. "Do you want to see me die from blood loss?" Lu Jianzhang shouted. The hunk in black clenched his teeth and took a few steps forward to take the wine gourd from Yi Chen's hand. Ah! Not long after, a series of muffled groans, mixed with pain, rang out from the surroundings. What surprised Lu Jianzhang was that after the wine was poured into his wound, it really stopped bleeding. Moreover, there was a gentle medicinal effect on his wound. He could not help but walk to Yi Chen and clasped his fists. "Thank you for saving me, little brother. May I ask if you're proficient in medical skills?" "I can't say that I'm a doctor. It's just that my ancestors have learned how to treat injuries." Yi Chen took a sip of wine and smiled lightly. Lu Jianzhang's face lit up with joy. "May I ask if little brother knows how to treat a cold?" In Chinese medicine, there were two types of colds. One was wind cold, and the other was wind heat. "Did someone catch a cold?" Yi Chen asked. "Not bad." Lu Jianzhang nodded. "To tell you the truth, my young miss caught a cold today and hasn't gotten any better." "Bring me there." Yi Chen stood up as he spoke. Lu Jianzhang brought her out of the carriage and said, "Miss, this brother Yi is quite proficient in medical skills. Why don't you let him take a look at you?" "Thank you, Mr. Yi." The carriage was silent for a few seconds. Then, accompanied by a weak voice, a corner of the curtain was lifted and a slender hand reached out. Yi Chen placed his hand on the wrist of the hand softly. He could clearly feel the latter's slight tremble as if she was nervous. In reality, with her divine consciousness, she had seen through the curtain that there were 3 people in the carriage. There were 2 young girls and a strong old lady. Meanwhile, the young miss that Lu Jianzhang mentioned was not suffering from a cold, but a goo poison. He secretly transferred a wisp of spiritual energy into her body, and then quietly picked up a fallen leaf in his hand. He said to Lu Jianzhang, "Your young Mrs. Cold isn't too serious. She only needs to take this leaf to get better." "Leaves can treat illnesses too?" Lu Jianzhang was a little stunned. "Of course," Yi Chen said calmly, "not only can virgin urine treat illnesses, but it can also remove evil." He turned around and walked aside after saying that. Lu Jianzhang returned to the bonfire after putting the leaf into the carriage. Soon, all sorts of drinking and finger-guessing noises were heard in the wilderness. Someone said with a smile that he would return to the countryside to marry a wife after this, so that his wife and children could live together. Someone said that he would visit a brothel when he returned to the capital after getting the money this time. Yi Chen watched that quietly while sitting aside. He suddenly came to a realization for no reason. They were all ordinary people, ordinary people. Their lives were only a few decades, but they lived extremely comfortably. Although cultivators possessed incomparably astonishing power and long lifespans, all of them were on tenterhooks and tried to outwit each other. Perhaps this is the state of the human world. Yi Chen sat under the tree and took a sip of wine. His state of mind slowly changed. At that moment, a fragrant wind came. A lady in snow-white clothes with a veil on her face walked over. The lady tossed a wineskin to Yi Chen and said gratefully, "Sir, my young miss feels much better after consuming your leaf. She asked me to toast you." Yi Chen took it and took a sip. The lady looked at him blankly. She thought that he was as handsome as a god, but he had an indescribable temperament. She ran over while covering her face as her heart skipped a beat. Lu Jianzhang could not help but be a little stunned when he saw that young miss. After resting for a while, they set off again. Half an hour later, the convoy stopped again. All the horses could not help but kneel on the ground as if they had sensed some kind of fear. Subsequently, under everyone's gaze, a gigantic white crane suddenly flew over from the night sky. On the white crane, there was an old man in a gray robe. The old man carried an ancient sword on his back and looked rather sage-like. Chapter 17:17. Middle stage nascent soul. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. He could see through the old man's cultivation base at a glance. The gray-robed old man blocked everyone's path and said condescendingly, "Are you from the Mighty Dragon Guard Agency?" Lu Jianzhang hurriedly went forward and bowed. "Senior, we are indeed from the Mighty Dragon Guard Agency." He was rather nervous. "Then I'm relieved." The gray-robed old man leaped down from the white crane and said with a benevolent expression, "I'm Taoist priest Bai. I'm here to escort you guys under escort Master Yuan's request." "You're Senior Bai?" Lu Jianzhang was surprised and delighted. Clearly, he had heard of Taoist priest by his name. After Taoist priest Bai put away the white crane, he looked at the people in the carriage and said, Your grandpa Bai is here. Why aren't you coming out to greet me?" Grandpa Bai, a lady in snow-white clothes, leaped out of the carriage and looked at Taoist priest Bai excitedly. "It's good that you're fine. Before I came out, your father told me to take good care of you." Taoist priest Bai stroked his beard and smiled. Only then did he notice Lu Jianzhang's severed right arm. He could not help but ask, "Were you guys ambushed along the way?" Lu Jianzhang could only tell him everything that had happened. After hearing that, Taoist priest Bai smirked coldly. "So it's that evil cultivator Chimeng. A mere golden core cultivator dares to plot against you guys. If he's not dead, I'll definitely let him know what it means to extract and refine his soul." "Grandpa Bai, it's all thanks to the mountain god's presence that we're safe and sound." The lady called Xian said with lingering fear, "The mountain god's presence." Taoist priest Bai shook his head slightly. "There's no such thing as a mountain god in this world. Looks like a cultivator is secretly helping you guys." He was also a cultivator, so he naturally knew that there was no such thing as an earth or mountain god in this world. These were just foolish people comforting themselves. An immortal master secretly saved us. Everyone, including Xian, was stunned. Only Lu Jianzhang seemed to have thought of something. He took a good look at Yi Chen as a thoughtful look flashed through his eyes. Perhaps it's a cultivator passing by. Taoist White Crane's words dispelled everyone's doubts, and he said, "All right, let's go. We're still over 500 kilometers away from the capital, so we have to speed up." This time, he had Taoist White Crane's protection. Now that everyone had something to rely on, they immediately sped up and hurried on with Lu Jianzhang riding at the front. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly looked forward. A wisp of divine consciousness shrouded the area and pierced the horse that Lu Jianzhang was riding. Boom! Caught off guard, Lu Jianzhang and his horse fell to the ground. This sudden scene caused everyone to be shocked. Almost at that moment, the road in front of them suddenly turned into an incomparably huge black ghost face. It opened its mouth and bit down fiercely. However, because Yi Chen stopped Lu Jianzhang's speed at the critical moment, everyone managed to escape. A surprised voice came from the huge ghost face. In an instant, Taoist white crane finally reacted. It took a step forward to stand before everyone and looked directly at the ferocious ghost face. "Who dares to stop us?" As the ghostly face swayed, it suddenly turned into a hunchbacked old man. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, like the bark of a tree. When it saw the former's face clearly, Taoist white crane's expression changed drastically. "Old monster Hanming!" "Haha, I didn't expect a mere nascent soul cultivator like you to know my name." Old monster Hanming's voice was hoarse, like metal rubbing against each other, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. The expressions of Lu Jianzhong and the rest changed as well. Even though they did not know who this old monster Hanming was, they could still guess from Taoist White Crane's expression that he was not a pushover. Taoist White Crane's expression changed as he said, "Old monster Hanming, this mighty dragon escort agency was tricked by our 5-element sect. Please give us some face and don't make things difficult for us." He knew very well that this old monster Hanming was a mid-stage soul formation patriarch. How could a mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivator like him be a match for him? 5-element sect? Old monster Hanming smiled disdainfully. "A mere nascent soul cultivator like you dares to ask me to give you face? Even your 5-element sect's patriarch isn't qualified. I only have one thing to say. Obediently hand over the wood spirit token, and perhaps I can leave your corpses intact." Hearing this, Taoist White Crane couldn't help but say, "Old monster Hanming, this wood spirit token belongs to the mighty dragon escort agency. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." Old monster Hanming seemed to have no patience to listen to his nonsense. He waved his hand, and a dark light suddenly whistled out from his sleeve. If one looked closely, they would find that the cold light was actually a black snake as thick as a baby's arm. As it flicked its tongue, the surrounding space was instantly frozen. Not good. Looking at the black snake whistling toward him, Taoist White Crane immediately roared and formed a seal with both hands. An energy barrier formed from a protective magic tool immediately appeared on the surface of his body. Wah! In the next moment, the protective barrier shattered, and his entire body flew out heavily. His expression was extremely shocked. "A group of mere ants dares to interfere in the battle for the wood spirit token? Die!" Old monster Hanming glanced at the crowd and immediately stretched out his hand, which turned into a gray bone claw that slapped toward the crowd. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel despair. At the right time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd and gently pointed at the huge flaming ghost claw. Boom! The flaming ghost claw instantly shattered. After seeing the figure's face clearly, Lin Fan was stunned. Everyone was completely stunned. Lu Jianzhong was extremely ecstatic. "Brother Yi, no, Senior Yi, it really is you!" Chapter 17-18. At that moment, everyone looked at Yi Chen, who was walking out slowly. Their expressions were filled with disbelief, especially Lu Jianzhong. In reality, ever since Taoist Master Bai said that there was no mountain god in this world, he had guessed that the person who killed Taoist Crimson Light and saved them was Yi Chen. It was because Yi Chen was the only person who had interacted with them along the way. However, it was just a guess. He was not too confident. Now that he saw Yi Chen attack, he was extremely certain. "Mr. Yi?" the woman called Xian. Er's eyes were a little blank. If she was not mistaken, it was this Mr. Yi who had treated her who had neutralized old monster Hanming's terrifying divinity, right? Taoist Master Bai's expression changed as well. Subsequently, he said to Yi Chen in surprise, "Fellow, old monster Hanming is a mid-stage soul formation powerhouse. You're not his match. Please escape the capital with Xian and the rest." Although Yi Chen's earlier attack had neutralized old monster Hanming's attack, it was just a casual attack. After all, someone as young as Yi Chen's cultivation base was at most at stage nascent soul. "You want to escape? Can you?" Old monster Hanming glared at Yi Chen. At the next moment, He waved his hands. With a flash of golden light, a giant golden tower that was over 30 meters tall appeared out of thin air. Then it smashed towards Yichin. Buzz! At that moment, an extremely terrifying pressure descended. Taoist master by he who was standing in the distance immediately felt like kneeling on the ground uncontrollably. Yichin merely glanced at old monster Han Ming. Ah! With a scream, old monster Han Ming exploded on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. At the same time, 25 kilometers away, a figure that was identical to old monster Han Ming suddenly fell to the ground. Damn it, who is this person? He actually destroyed my clone in an instant. His expression was extremely shocked. He had obtained a death scapegoat puppet from a ruined cave in his early years. It had always been his greatest secret. However, it was destroyed by Yichin. Thinking to this point, his heart ached, and he said, while trembling, "Could this person be a genius of the Fire Spirit clan? No, I must report to the Lord." As soon as he finished speaking, he intended to tear through the sky and leave. At that moment, Yichin, who was 50 kilometers away, scanned with his divine consciousness and instantly realized everything. The next moment, he stomped the ground heavily. Ah! Old freak Han Ming, who was 25 kilometers away, felt as if the space around him had suddenly shrunk, and he was actually forcefully crushed to death. The entire process was extremely clean. From the moment Yichin attacked to the moment he destroyed the two bodies of Han Ming, it only took a few breaths of time. When everyone snapped back to their senses, Taoist priest Bai he cupped his fists at Yichin solemnly. "So it's you, senior. Please forgive me for my negligence earlier." The shock in his heart had reached an extreme point. Yichin was just too young, but he had instantly killed the mid-deity transformation old freak Han Ming. Did that not mean that Yichin was at least a great perfection divine transformation stage being? Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This person must be an old monster. Such a thought quickly flashed through his mind, and he's an old monster who can retain his youthful looks. Lu, Jianzhang, Xian, and the rest finally returned to their senses. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior Yi." "It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning." Yichin smiled lightly. "Everyone, let's go. This time, I'll go smoothly with you guys. I guarantee that you guys will be safe." "Yes." Lu Jianzhang was surprised and delighted. He immediately urged the convoy to depart again without saying anything. However, the horse that Yichin was riding on was Lu Jianzhang's beloved horse. It was a Fergana horse that he had exchanged for outside the pass. At the same time, in a deep secret room in a certain mansion in the capital, there were dozens of thick torches inserted into the walls of the secret room. Dozens of thick torches were inserted into the walls of the secret chamber. As the bright yellow flames danced, it caused the light in the entire secret chamber to tremble. In the middle of the secret room, there was a black meditation cushion. At that moment, a skinny old man with black hair and beard was sitting on the cushion. The old man's eyes were slightly closed, and he was in a meditative state. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Han Ming was killed. How is this possible? His expression turned extremely grim, and his old face looked somewhat ferocious under the bright yellow flames. With a wave of his sleeve, an ancient bronze mirror appeared in front of him. As a series of mysterious hand seals landed on the bronze mirror, a masked face immediately appeared on the surface of the mirror. "Elder Qi, what's the result?" The masked man spoke slowly. His voice was extremely hoarse, as if someone was scratching iron with their claws. Plop! The old man knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Master, I'm useless. I sent 2 cultivators consecutively, but they were both killed." Trash! The man in the bronze mirror immediately flew into a rage. "You actually failed consecutively in a mere secular escort agency. What use do I have for you?" "Master, spare me." The old man became even more terrified. "Please give me another chance, master. I will definitely obtain the wood spirit tablet. End of this chapter. Chapter 1719. I will give you one more chance. The man in the bronze mirror coldly said, "This is the last time. The wood spirit tablet is far too important. If you fail again—" Although he did not finish his words, the old man could still sense the extremely terrifying baleful aura through the bronze mirror. He was so frightened that he lowered his head even more. 10,000 miles away, on Haiching Planet, a black-robed old man stood on the summit of a mountain, revealing a gloomy expression. His eyes flashed and he clenched his fists. "Kuei, don't worry. Great-grandfather will definitely take revenge for you. No matter who this person is, great-grandfather will go to the ends of the world and refine his soul." With that, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Then he formed a seal with his hands, and countless strange symbols appeared in the void. "Go!" He slapped his hand, and these strange symbols disappeared into the void, as if they were rapidly flying in a certain direction. "Anyone who kills a descendant of my wood spirit ancestor will be cursed by me. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I will still find you." The black-robed old man looked at the horizon with hatred. He seemed to carefully sense something, and then his face darkened once more. "Fire Spirit Star. Someone from Fire Spirit Star killed Kuei." His eyes flashed like a viper. "That bunch of trash from Fire Spirit Star wouldn't dare to kill someone from my wood spirit ancestor, no matter how much courage they had. Kuei must have been killed by someone from the fire spirit race." Thinking of this, his eyes flashed, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. An hour later, on Gold Spirit Star, in an immortal sect located deep in the void. In a spacious hall, a black-robed old man gloomily stared at a white-haired Taoist in front of him. "Fellow Taoist heavenly secret, have you calculated it?" The white-haired Taoist, called Fellow Taoist heavenly secret, was in high spirits. He stared at the star compass in front of him with a solemn expression that had never been seen before. This was because the star compass that he regarded as his most precious treasure had cracked. Such a scene had never occurred before. To the heavenly secret sect, the star compass represented the secrets of the heavens. Once the star compass shattered, it meant that he knew a secret of the heavens that he shouldn't have known. After a moment of silence, he wiped away the blood and tears at the corner of his eyes and sighed. "Fellow Taoist wood spirit, are you sure you want to trace this karma? You killed my descendant. If I don't take revenge for this, I am not a human." The black-robed old man gnashed his teeth. Forget it. This old man owes you a favor back then." The white-haired old man sighed faintly and finally said, "This person doesn't belong to our star field. I suspect he's from another star field." "What did you say?" The black-robed old man's expression changed slightly. "If this person doesn't belong to our star field, why did he kill my Kuei? If that's the case, where would I go to find him? This old man does not know the cause and effect." The white-haired old man shook his head and said, "However, that Fire Spirit Star's Fire Spirit Clan's profound fire has been stained by this person's karma. Perhaps there is some connection between the two of them." "Fire Spirit Star Profound Flame?" The black-robed old man's eyes flickered. "Old Hulling's grandson?" The next moment, his figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. The white-haired old man immediately said to the boy standing outside, "Inform everyone that the Heavenly Secret Sect is about to be annihilated. The Heavenly Secret Sect is disbanded from today onwards." "Sect Master." The boy was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The Heavenly Secret Sect, which had been passed down for thousands of years, was suddenly disbanded? How could he accept this, let alone the many disciples of the Heavenly Secret Sect? After saying that, the white-haired old man seemed to have aged dozens of years. "This old man has been stained by the forbidden heavenly secrets without permission. This old man is a sinner of the Heavenly Secret Sect." After seeing the astrolabe shatter, he knew that he was finished. The karma that came late would definitely take revenge on him. That was why he ordered the Heavenly Secrets sect to be disbanded. At the same time, on the official road less than 500 kilometers away from the capital city on Fire Spirit Star, the group of people moved forward with all their might. Yi Chen, who was riding on a horse, closed his eyes and fell into a meditative state. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation between his brows. He immediately raised his hand to wipe it, and his eyes flickered. When Lu Jianzhang saw this scene, the latter immediately stammered, "Mr. Yi, why your forehead?" Everyone looked subconsciously and saw a red diamond-shaped pattern on Yi Chen's forehead. The pattern was as bright as blood and seemed to be wriggling. No matter how Yi Chen wiped it, he could not wipe it off. Curse technique? Yi Chen's eyes flashed, and he suddenly woke up. He was actually cursed by the curse technique. However, looking at the mark, it did not seem to be offensive. Instead, it was more like a tracking device. With my current strength, the person who can curse me has to be at least at the Tao integration stage. A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Chen's mind as he thought to this point. Mu Kuei, the Wood Spirit Star! This mark only had the function of tracking. If the other party forcefully cast an offensive curse on him, the other party would definitely be the one who would suffer the backlash. Even Yi Chen could not erase such a mark in a short time. After all, the other party had sacrificed his lifespan. A Tao integration stage Almighty did not hesitate to sacrifice his lifespan to curse him. One could imagine the hatred between them. Forget it. Yi Chen could not help but look at the sky above him and smirked coldly. Come, I want to see how capable this Tao integration stage powerhouse from the outer realm is. Chapter 1720. Yi Chen was not concerned about the curse. As far as he was concerned, all of this was destined from the moment he killed Mu Kuei. As a wisp of morning sunlight shined through the clouds, the convoy finally passed through layers upon layers of mountains and arrived at the so-called capital city of Fire Spirit Star. As far as the eye could see, there were countless ancient buildings standing tall in this world. This so-called capital city was about the size of a county on Earth. Even so, the density of the population still surprised Yi Chen slightly. The rules of this world were no different from those of the cultivation world. There were differences between mortals and immortals, and mortals were the majority in the secular world. Occasionally, cultivators hidden in the secular world would be exposed under Yi Chen's vast divine consciousness. The only thing that surprised him was that the imperial city was actually constructed from countless profound formations. It could be said that the dragon energy of the 9 directions had gathered here. In particular, the buildings that went deep into the palace were blocked by formations. Even Yi Chen's divine consciousness could not penetrate them in a short time. On the contrary, there were 9 towering stone pillars in the capital. The inside of the stone pillars looked like skyscrapers on Earth. At this moment, there was a soul formation cultivator guarding each pillar, but these people didn't notice him. Seeing Yi Chen sizing up the 9 pillars in silence, a strange light flashed in Taoist White Crane's eyes. It subconsciously introduced them. Senior, these are the 9 pillars of the great Xian kingdom. Each one represents a great cultivation sect of Fire Spirit Star. These 9 spirit pillars represent a total of 9 cultivation sects of Fire Spirit Star. Each sect has built their own spirit pillars here and even sent out their sect elders to stand guard. This is all to facilitate contact with the mortal world, such as recruiting disciples, paying tribute to the imperial court, and so on. Yi Chen could not help but nod lightly as he listened to his introduction. He then said, "Do people from sects still need to pay tribute to the imperial court?" In his impression, the sects were people who lived in the 9 heavens, looking down on the secular dynasties. Taoist White Crane shook his head and smiled. "Senior, you might not know, but on my Fire Spirit Star, the 9 great sects are all ruled by the great Xian country." At this point, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. You can think of it as the Dexian kingdom being the true ruler of the fire spirit star, and the old emperor of the Dexian kingdom is a Tao integration stage supreme being. The Qi dynasty. Yi Qin came to a realization. As soon as the group approached the gates of the imperial city, a large group of people came to greet them. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe. Lu Jianzhang hurriedly took a few steps forward. Escort master. When the middle-aged man saw that he had lost an arm, he couldn't help but ask, Jianzhang, were you attacked on the way? Lu Jianzhang nodded and said to Yi Qin, we encountered a cultivator. However, it was all thanks to Senior Ye's escort that we arrived safely. At the same time, Taoist White Crane's lips moved slightly, as if he was communicating with the middle-aged man through divine sense. A moment later, the middle-aged man's body shook. Subsequently, he cupped his fists at Yi Qin gratefully and said, thank you for saving me, Senior Yi. I, Yang Yuan, can't repay you. It's nothing. Yi Qin smiled lightly and said, since everyone has arrived safely, let's go our separate ways. With that, he took a step forward and walked straight into the imperial city. Very quickly, he disappeared into the sea of people. Looking at his disappearing figure, Yang Yuan revealed a thoughtful expression and said, Taoist White Crane, is this person really a soul formation stage divine lord? I saw it with my own eyes. It's true. Taoist White Crane nodded. Yang Yuan furrowed his brows and said, this person is a little unfamiliar and we met by chance. Why did he help? I don't know. Taoist White Crane shook its head slightly and said with a smile, no matter who he is, our mission has been completed. We can bring the wood spirit tablet back to meet the sect master. That's right. Yang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Chen walked on the streets of the imperial city. He could not help but nod to himself at what he saw and heard. It was no wonder that the kingdom of Xian could suppress the 9 sects and become the master of Fire Spirit Star. Whether it was the city formation or the cultivation base and weapons of the guards, it was enough to sweep through any sect. In the end, he simply walked into an inn by the side of the road, paid a dozen spirit stones, and sat down in a room by the window. Soon, the waiter served the food and wine he had ordered. The waiter pointed at the drunken, immortal duck on the plate and said, Sir, this drunken immortal duck is the treasure of our inn. The ingredients are from a rank 2 spirit beast. It's delicious and not greasy. Yi Qin nodded slightly and gestured for him to leave. Then he picked up a pot of wine and took a sip. As soon as he took a sip, the wine turned into a warm stream that flowed down his throat and warmed his limbs and bones. He was the first to sense an extremely rich fire element. As expected of Fire Spirit Star, Yi Qin nodded to himself. A mere pot of wine contains fire element. No wonder the price is so expensive. Just as he was about to taste the so-called drunken immortal duck, a person walked over from afar. Brother, my master has taken a fancy to this seat. I wonder if you can part with it? The man was dressed in armor and was very tall and sturdy. However, Yi Qin acted as if he did not hear him. He continued to sip the wine in his cup with his head lowered. Seeing this, the armored man's expression was sullen. He could not help but say, Brat, are you deaf? After saying that, he reached out to Yi Qin as if he wanted to throw him out. End of this chapter. Chapter 1721. Plop. However, in the next moment, he felt his body kneel down uncontrollably as if an invisible hand was controlling him. You. The armored man's face was filled with fear. At that moment, a faint voice came from behind Yi Qin. Brother, my guard is insensible. Please forgive him. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in a brocade robe walked over slowly. However, when the young man noticed Yi Qin, he was stunned at first. Then he said in surprise, Senior Yi, it's you. Yi Qin looked up and realized that the former was Hua Xian who had just parted with him. However, Hua Xian was dressed in a brocade robe. He was extremely noble, and there were many guards behind him. Why are you here? Yi Chen was surprised. Hua Xian took a few steps forward in surprise and joy. He cupped his fists at Yi Chen and said, Senior, I came here with my sister and a few others to experience the shop. I didn't expect to see you, Senior. After saying that, his face darkened and he looked at the guard kneeling on the ground. You blind thing, get out! The guard felt the pressure was relieved and hurriedly responded respectfully, Yes, Prince Hua Xian. After that person left, Yi Chen looked at Hua Xian. You're a prince. Hua Xian said with embarrassment, I'm the 6th prince of the Xian kingdom. I've embarrassed myself in front of Senior Yi. I didn't have the time to tell you in detail. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and could not help but look at Yi Chen. Senior, is there anything you need to do on this trip? Please tell me. I'm just looking around. Yi Chen shook his head slightly. Hua Xian invited. If that's the case, why don't you come to my residence for a chat? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and nodded in the end. Subsequently, another man and a woman walked over. After seeing Yi Chen, their expressions turned cold. Why is it you again? These two people were Hu Yun and Hua Xian, whom Yi Chen had seen earlier. At the same time, in the ancestral land of the Xian kingdom, an old man in a golden robe was meditating with his eyes closed as if he was on a mental journey. His body faintly emitted a trace of Tao. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked toward the sky. Ancestor Wood Spirit? With that, he stood up and took a step forward. A moment later, in the starry skies above Fire Spirit Star, the figure of the golden-robed old man appeared once more. The former looked at a black-robed old man in the distance and gloomily said, Fellow Taoist Wood Spirit, your Wood Spirit Star and my Fire Spirit Star have never interfered in each other's affairs. So why did you attack my Fire Spirit Star's great protective array today? Old Hualing, stop pretending. The black-robed old man was so angry that he laughed. Your Fire Spirit clan's unfilial descendant, Hua Xian, colluded with outsiders to kill my clan's son, Mukue. How can I not be angry? What did you say? The Fire Spirit Patriarch's expression changed slightly. Our Fire Spirit race joined forces with the people from other regions to kill your grandson. Not bad. The black-robed old man's voice was gloomy. This is the result that this old man found the Elder of Heavenly Secrets to calculate. Don't tell this old man you want to deny it. As soon as he said that, Patriarch Huling's face changed slightly. He could not be more familiar with Tianji Laoren. This person studied the art of divination and stargazing and had always been a man of his word. If he said that Mukue's death was related to Fire Xian, then it was most likely true. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and say, Fellow Taoist Wood Spirit, don't worry, I'll definitely give you an explanation. Old Hualing, don't even think about protecting him. The black-robed old man sneered, Arcane fire can be exempted from the death penalty, but the one who killed my grandchild from the Outer Realms is currently in your Fire Spirit Star. You must hand him over to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking into your Fire Spirit Star. Give this old man the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. With these words, Fire Spirit Ancestor reappeared in the imperial city of Great Xian Country on Fire Spirit Star. He flicked his finger, and as the golden dragon of Providence above his head roared, a streak of golden light whizzed out. Pass my order. Tell Huishuan to come see me immediately. Everyone did not dare to hesitate and began to search for Fire Profound. At that moment, Fire Profound was chatting with Yi Chen in the restaurant. Suddenly, a streak of golden light shot toward him. Fire Profound subconsciously grabbed it, and the golden light instantly turned into a golden jade slip. After reading the information, Fire Profound's expression changed slightly. Then he looked at Yi Chen apologetically and said, Senior Yi, I still have something to do. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you. After Yi Chen nodded, he turned around and walked out of the restaurant. He headed straight to the core of the imperial city. Above the majestic hall Runes surged. The golden-robed old man stared at Fire Profound, who was kneeling on the ground with an ugly expression. Are you saying that the person who killed Mukue is a young man with the surname Yi? Great-grandfather, yes. Fire Profound nodded slightly. After sensing that the atmosphere was a little off, he could not help but ask, Great-grandfather, why are you suddenly asking about this? Meeting his gaze, Fire Spirit Ancestor said indifferently, Someone saved the people of my Fire Spirit Star. Great-grandfather should naturally be concerned. Even though he said that, an imperceptible killing intent flashed through his eyes. Thinking to this point, he immediately said, Fire Profound, immediately invite this fellow Yi over. Great-grandfather wants to personally thank him. End of this chapter. Chapter 1722. In the imperial city, which was heavily guarded by formations, many divine consciousnesses patrolled back and forth. The rich imperial energy turned into dragon shadows that circled in the air. The two figures entered the depths of the imperial city unimpeded. Wherever they passed, all the guards knelt down. Finally, the two of them arrived at the entrance of a magnificent palace. Above the palace, the words Imperial Temple surged. Hua Xian cupped his fists at Yi Qin. Senior Yi, great-grandfather is waiting for you inside. Yi Qin raised his head and looked at the majestic palace. Finally, he took a step out and disappeared from the world. Just earlier, Hua Xian had told him that the old emperor of Dexian, the patriarch of Hualing, wanted to see him. Yi Chan was filled with curiosity about this master of Fire Spirit Star, the only Dao integration stage powerhouse. That was why he agreed to the patriarch of Hualing's invitation. Yi Qin entered the imperial temple with his hands behind his back. The space inside the imperial temple was very large. Even with his divine consciousness, he could not see everything clearly. There were many golden pillars with dragon patterns in the hall. Vast dragon energy flowed down the golden pillars, almost liquefied. In the center of the hall, there was an old man in a golden robe sitting on a meditation cushion. He was like a god, shining brightly. Fellow, you've come from afar. Please take a seat. The golden-robed old man waved his sleeve, and a meditation cushion appeared in front of Yi Qin. As soon as Yi Qin sat down, a puppet with a numb expression walked over with a cup of tea. After the golden-robed old man made an inviting gesture, he said with a faint smile, I'm the master of Dexian, the patriarch of Hualing. May I know how to address you? Yi Qin. Yi Qin said lightly. So it's fellow Yi. The patriarch of Hualing smiled. I heard from Hua Xian that it was fellow Yi who saved him on Haiqing planet. Therefore, I specially invited fellow Yi here to express my gratitude. It's nothing. Fellow Hualing, you don't have to be so polite. Yi Qin shook his head slightly. On the contrary, I stepped into Fire Spirit Star without permission. I apologize to fellow Hualing. Fellow Yi, you're not from Fire Spirit Star. The patriarch of Hualing was surprised and then said, The reason why I ask this is because I've never seen a young talent like you before. Of course. Yi Qin nodded. Not only am I not from Fire Spirit Star, but I'm also not from the surrounding galaxies. A gleam flashed in the eyes of the patriarch of Fire Spirit, and he said, without changing his expression, Did fellow Yi come alone? To tell you the truth, when I was young, I also traveled to other star regions. The reason he asked this was because he could not figure out Yi Chen's background. For example, Yi Chen was a member of the primordial remnant tribe, or if he had a follower on this trip. Indeed, I came here alone, Yi Chen said with a smile. A strange light flashed in Fire Spirit Ancestor's eyes. Then he calmly smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, Yi has come from afar. As the master of Fire Spirit Star, I should do my best to show you my hospitality. As soon as he said that, he waved his sleeve. A ray that looked like the sun appeared before Yi Qin immediately. It was a spirit fruit wrapped in essence sunfire. It looked like a red fruit, with surging fire elements flowing in it. This is the divine item of Fire Spirit Star, the Fire Spirit Fruit. The Patriarch of Fire Spirit introduced with a smile. This fruit blooms once every 1,000 years and bears fruit once every 1,000 years. It's greatly beneficial to those who cultivate fire-type cultivation techniques. Please accept it, fellow Yi. It's just a small gift. You're too polite, fellow Huiling. Yi Qin smiled and took the Fire Spirit fruit. He took a bite in front of the Patriarch of Fire Spirit. In an instant, the Fire Spirit fruit turned into a warm current that entered his body. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, the Patriarch of Fire Spirit suddenly let out a burst of laughter. Yi Qin was puzzled. Fellow Huiling, why are you laughing? Why am I laughing? The Patriarch of Fire Spirit changed his previous politeness and said with a cold smile, Stupid brat, you've been tricked. This fruit is indeed a Fire Spirit fruit, but you shouldn't have swallowed it so eagerly, because the fire element contained in this Fire Spirit fruit is too terrifying. Even I would need to spend a lot of time to completely absorb a Fire Spirit fruit. You're really stupid to the extreme. You actually ate it in one gulp. At this moment, you must feel as if your body is burning like the sun. The burning pain is unbearable, right? Yi Qin revealed a pained expression when he heard that. His expression changed slightly as he said, Fellow Huiling, why did you want to harm me? Why would I want to harm you? Ancestor Fire Spirit coldly sneered. Good question. You outsider, you are simply too bold. You actually dared to touch fellow Taoist with Spirit's grandchild. You nearly brought a calamity upon my Fire Spirit Star. Do you think I should tear you into pieces? At the end of his sentence, his expression was incomparably ferocious. He could no longer conceal the killing intent on his face. Why, you're biting the hand that feeds you. Yi Qin's expression changed drastically. He looked hateful. I saved your people out of kindness, but you treat me like this. So what? The Patriarch of Fire Spirit laughed out of extreme anger. I know that your cultivation base is extraordinary. It's very likely that you're at the late stage, void, refinement stage. I should have suppressed an ant like you on the spot. End of this chapter. Chapter 17:23. There was a hint of mockery at the corner of his lips. I can't figure out your background. I'm worried that you have an extraordinary background or that you have a protector accompanying you. Unfortunately, I managed to figure out your background with just a few words. You're too stupid. I think you're also a member of an ancient foreign tribe. You're destined to die here today. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his sleeve. In an instant, sizzling sounds could be heard. All of a sudden, countless black threads shot down like a storm in the entire hall. They enveloped Yi Qin instantly. Almost at that moment, a loud bang came from midair. A thick black lightning snake charged at Yi Qin. Yi Qin's expression remained the same. A golden gleam flashed on his body as he threw a punch upward. Rumble. Accompanied by a loud bang, the black lightning snake exploded instantly. At the next moment, the overwhelming black electric snakes seemed to have turned into black divine chains as they whizzed toward Yi Qin. Roar! Roar! At the same time, a dragon roar came from the dragon-patterned golden bead that was originally standing in the hall. Then it shone brightly. As the dragon's silhouette circled, an extremely terrifying force field formed around Yi Qin. Formation? Yi Qin's eyes flickered. You don't have to struggle anymore. At that moment, the Patriarch of Fire Spirit's voice sounded again. This is the soul annihilation formation that I set up countless years ago. Even a Tao integration powerhouse will be captured if they're trapped in it. Don't worry. After I capture you, I won't kill you. I'll only hand you over to fellow Wood Spirit and let him deal with you. Before the Patriarch of Wood Spirit could finish, suddenly he saw the formation that trapped Yi Qin tremble violently at first. Then it collapsed. Subsequently, Yi Qin walked out step by step with his hands behind his back. The patriarch of fire spirit's expression changed instantly. Impossible. How did you break my formation? Impossible. Yi Qin chuckled softly. You're too confident if you think you can imprison me with this tiny formation of yours. Didn't you eat my fire spirit fruit and have to use all the true essence in your body to suppress the rich fire element? Patriarch Hualing's expression changed again and again. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, You're also a Tao integration stage mighty figure? You're not too stupid. Yi Qin chuckled. Old man, do you really think I'm a fool? In fact, from the moment Xianhua invited me, I guessed your intentions. After I entered, all of your words and actions verified my guess. The moment he finished speaking, the fire spirit ancestor could not help but gasp and subconsciously say, Fellow Yi, it's a misunderstanding. After finding out that Yi Chen was also a Tao integration stage powerhouse, he really did not want to fight the former. After all, this was an important place for the Dexian country. If the two of them were to fight, it would be earth-shattering. Boom! However, Yi Qin did not give him a chance at all. He took a step forward and released his vast pressure. The next moment, he seemed to have transformed into a primordial, ferocious beast. With a slap, a golden hand the size of a house slapped toward the former. The hand seemed slow, but it had a terrifying power that could shatter the void. It instantly broke the entire imperial temple. At the same time, outside the imperial city, Xianhua looked in the direction of the imperial temple with anticipation. Great-grandfather must have had a good chat with Senior Yi this time, right? He thought to himself. After all, to him, Yi Chen was no less terrifying than the fire spirit ancestor. Both of them were peerless powerhouses who had swept through the galaxy. They would definitely sit down and discuss their cultivation experiences. However, at that moment, there was an explosion between heaven and earth. He suddenly raised his head and his gaze froze. His entire body froze. The imperial temple that was hailed as a holy land by all the people of the Dexian country had collapsed. From afar, it looked like a giant golden palm the size of a house had shattered it and slammed down from the void. What happened? Oh no, the imperial temple has collapsed. Such an earth-shattering commotion alarmed all the powerhouses in the Dexian country. In just a few breaths of time, many powerful auras rushed toward the imperial temple. When everyone arrived, they were all extremely shocked. A young man in green seemed to have transformed into a god, fighting with the fire spirit ancestor that they believed in. Who is this person? He can actually fight with the patriarch. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Rumble. In the void, when the fire spirit ancestor saw the golden hand that was slapping toward him, he immediately opened his mouth and spat out a black ruler that appeared out of thin air. The ruler spun in the air and then grew in size. Countless runes appeared from it. At the same time, a huge black pillar of light shot out from it and blocked Yi Chen's golden hand. An ancient treasure? Yi Chen smirked coldly as if he was disdainful. Watch me break this trash! At the next moment, he exerted force on the golden hand that he stretched out, and golden divine runes appeared on his palm. In an instant, a power that was 3 times more terrifying than before erupted from his palm, and he gripped the black ruler tightly. Boom! Under the fire spirit ancestor's shocked gaze, the mysterious Heaven Rui ruler that he regarded as a treasure was forcefully crushed. Before he could react, a strong killing intent came from afar. The fire spirit ancestor hurriedly said, Fellow Yi, please listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. End of this chapter. Chapter 1724. Explain? Let me beat you up first before explaining. Yi Qin ignored his begging. He took a step forward and extended his hands. His palms were like blades as he stabbed them into the ground. Ancient god attack, mountain shaking strike. Subsequently, Yi Qin shouted and lifted both of his hands. It was the god clan's great strength technique, that he had obtained from the Penga godhead. It could shatter a galaxy with a flick of his finger, but it required extremely powerful physical strength. With his current physical body, although he could not shatter a galaxy with a flick of his finger, it was a piece of cake for him to shake a mountain. Rumble! The entire imperial city rumbled continuously. Under everyone's gazes, a chasm that looked like a natural chasm appeared on the ground. The chasm was as big as a canyon, causing many people in the imperial city to reveal shocked expressions. They hurriedly fled to safety. There's an earthquake! What kind of divinity is this? The gigantic canyon spread out with Yi Chen's palms as the center. In the end, it covered the entire 3,000 meters of space where the imperial temple was. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, Yi Chen raised his hands again. The entire imperial temple was uprooted and lifted vertically. At that moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. One had to know that the entire imperial temple was 3,000 meters in diameter. From afar, it looked like a mountain. However, Yi Chen had lifted it into the air. What kind of technique is this? The Patriarch of Fire Spirit's expression changed drastically. Even though he was a Tao integration stage almighty now, it was his first time seeing such a heaven-defying and terrifying technique. Old man Fire Spirit, take this! Yi Chen held the imperial temple in his hand and took a step forward. He shattered the void and smashed it at the Patriarch of Fire Spirit. At that moment, he was like an ancient god that had descended. He was unstoppable. Shocked, the Patriarch of Fire Spirit immediately retreated. At the same time, he waved his golden robe. At the next moment, a golden bolt of lightning shot out of his sleeve and flew above Yi Chen's head. It turned into an ancient scroll that shone with golden light. Open. Fire Spirit Ancestor pointed at the golden scroll from afar and let out a roar. Buzz! A wisp of green light immediately bloomed from the tip of his finger. The green light transformed into a ray of green light and fell into the golden scroll. The golden scroll first trembled violently, then swayed left and right, and then suddenly opened up. Suddenly, a golden sword of light that was over 30 meters long whistled out from within it, and the sword Qi stirred up the space around it in an extremely ferocious manner. If one were to look carefully, one would notice that it was actually densely covered in various mysterious runes, and it emanated a horrifying energy. Slash! The Fire Spirit Ancestor decisively bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on the giant golden sword. He let out a thunderous sound. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the sword Qi on the golden light sword skyrocketed. The sword intent was like the Milky Way in the 9 heavens, slanting as it charged at Yi Chen and the imperial temple in his hand. Rumble! The gigantic golden sword tore through layers of the void, emitting a series of thunderous rumbles. Everywhere it passed, the void was split into two, and an extremely terrifying spatial storm surged out from within. At the same time, the imperial temple in Yi Chen's hand was the first to shatter. Countless violent energy mixed with sand and rocks flew as if hell had descended onto the mortal world. Just when the giant golden sword was about to land on Yi Chen advanced instead of retreating. He stretched his neck and used his head to resist the power of the giant golden sword. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, the giant golden sword's blade landed heavily on Yi Chen's neck. However, the sharp blade instantly emitted sparks. Then, the entire giant golden sword exploded, turning into countless golden rays of light that scattered. At that moment, almost the entire sky shook. Dozens of spatial cracks appeared around Yi Chen, and terrifying gales raged nonstop. The Fire Spirit Ancestor could not help but spit a mouthful of blood. It was unknown whether it was out of heartache or shock. At the same time, his entire body was swept away by the terrifying storm. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. Seeing this scene, many of the powerhouses of Great Xian country were were incomparably shocked. The old emperor in their hearts was actually not this young man's match. Many of the citizens of Great Xian country were even more shocked. In their eyes, the fire spirit ancestor was the god of fire spirit planet, but now he had been defeated? Yi, you've gone too far. Accompanied by a furious roar, the fire spirit ancestor became extremely ferocious at this moment. His brows were filled with madness. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, and a seven-faced mirror appeared in his hand. The mirror was simple and mysterious. Explode! The fire spirit ancestor roared and chanted. Boom! With a loud bang, the 7 mirrors lit up before suddenly exploding. However, they didn't shatter into pieces. Instead, they transformed into 7 golden balls of light. The 7 golden balls of light were arranged in a strange manner. Then, the shadows of 7 stars appeared on their surface. From afar, they looked like the Big Dipper. The fire dragon patriarch put his hands together, and the 7 golden balls of light suddenly connected to each other, forming a star formation. Chapter 1725. At the same time, the entire imperial city began to shake again. Everyone was shocked to discover that thick yellow pillars of light suddenly rose into the sky from all directions around Yiqin. The yellow pillars of light were extremely thick, and each of them towered into the clouds. There were yellow runes engraved on their surfaces, and there was a faint wave of vast spiritual energy. In an instant, the yellow pillars of light shone brightly and connected together. Eventually, they formed a khaki-colored encirclement that enveloped Yiqin. Yi, you're going too far. The Patriarch of Fire Spirit stood outside the yellow circle and looked at Yi Chen with killing intent on his face. This is the Earth Dragon Star Formation. It can kill Dao integration powerhouses. I'd like to see how you're going to deal with it. His heart was bleeding. Not only did Yi Chen put him in a sorry state time and time again, he even destroyed his weapon. He even caused the entire imperial city to fall into chaos. How could he vent his hatred if he did not kill Yi Chen? Earth Dragon Star Formation. Yi Chen could clearly feel the endless power of petrification coming from all directions as he stood in the formation. The power of petrification seemed to want to turn the true origin energy in his body and his entire body into stone. This is a formation that uses the power of the stars to activate the power of the earth veins of this planet? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. He could tell that the formation was extraordinary at a glance. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought to this point. A crackling sound came from his body. At the next moment, his body suddenly swelled to more than double its original size. If one took a closer look, they would realize that his body had turned bronze, as if he had transformed into a bronze man. At the same time, an extremely terrifying primordial aura spread out from his body, making him look like a god. The most terrifying thing was that there was a faint flash of starlight between his brows. The starlight was like a star, and anyone who looked at it would fall into it. I'll use you to practice. Let's see how the God Clan's divinity is. Yi Chen took a deep breath in. He attacked with his palm after saying that. The first form of the 9 styles of splitting heaven. Star-shattering palm. The palm strike was casual and did not cause any fluctuations at all. However, the further it went, the more majestic it became. Rumble. Under countless shocked gazes, they saw Yi Chen's palm touch the formation barrier that enveloped him. In an instant, the heavens cried out and the stars moved. All that was left was a giant palm print that seemed to be 100 miles in size. That huge palm print filled the universe, covering all directions. It was as if it wanted to pluck the stars and the moon, causing the stars in the sky to move. Bang! Under this palm, the earthly dragon star formation, which was regarded as the strongest move by the fire spirit ancestor, suddenly collapsed like a thin piece of paper that was instantly pierced. At that moment, everyone's gaze froze. In their eyes, there was only the giant palm that seemed to be 100 miles wide, and the void that was completely shattered by the giant palm. At this moment, there was no wind in the void for thousands of miles. It was as if a huge ravine had formed, splitting the sky and the earth in half. Heaven's might, this is the real heaven's might. Many powerhouses of fire spirit star felt their courage crack apart, their divine souls trembling. Ah! At that moment, the fire spirit ancestor let out an incomparably shrill scream. His entire body suddenly aged at an incomparably terrifying speed. If he looked like an old man in his 60s before, then at this moment his hair was white and his face was covered in wrinkles. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of death. He did not hesitate to consume his lifespan to activate the earthly dragon star formation. Now that the formation was broken by Yi Qin, he immediately suffered a backlash that was 10 times the price. The fire spirit ancestor could not help but tremble as he looked at Yi Qin, who was walking toward him step by step. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Yi Qin looked at him from a close distance. Suddenly, he raised his arm and pointed at the spot between his brows. "Fellow Yi, spare me, spare me!" Under countless stunned gazes, the fire spirit ancestor finally knelt before Yi Qin on the spot. He looked extremely terrified. The fire spirit ancestor, the #1 in Great Xian country and fire spirit star, was now completely terrified. Besides causing everyone's jaws to drop, they were also slightly taken aback by this. Gee, great, grandfather lost? In the distant crowd, Hua Xian watched this scene blankly. Until now, he still felt like it was a dream, even though he was certain that Yi Qin was an almighty who lived in seclusion before this. His cultivation base was probably not lower than his great-grandfather's. However, after witnessing it with his own eyes, he was still extremely shocked. Yi Qin raised his brows and stopped what he was doing. He looked at the fire spirit ancestor coldly and said, "Did the wood spirit ancestor ask you to fight me?" "Yes." The fire spirit ancestor broke out in cold sweat. He did not dare to hide anything. The wood spirit ancestor found me earlier and asked me to give him an explanation for Mu Kuei's death. Otherwise, he would barge into my fire spirit star. That's why I agreed to his conditions. Yi Chen's eyes flickered, but he was secretly sneering. His guess was right. The wood spirit ancestor first used his lifespan to cast a curse on him by Sun Han. Then he forced the fire spirit ancestor to attack him. Seeing that Yi Chen was silent, the fire spirit ancestor gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow Yi, your abilities are unparalleled. I'm willing to serve you as my master. From now on, I'll let you do whatever you want." End of this chapter. Chapter 1726. At that moment, countless people heard what the Patriarch of Fire Spirit said. They were silent and in disbelief. The pillar of Fire Spirit Nation was begging for mercy from a young man. Hua Xian felt like he was dreaming when he saw this. No, all of this was fake. It was a dream. Yi Chen looked down and smiled disdainfully. "I can spare your life, but what's your value? What can you do for me?" The Patriarch of Fire Spirit's expression changed, and he broke out in cold sweat. His heart sank as he hurriedly said, "Fellow Yi, as long as you let me go, I can give you anything. Dexian natural treasures, or even the entire Fire Spirit star." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Was that the legend in their hearts? Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they waited nervously for Yi Chen's judgment. His words would determine the fate of the Patriarch of Fire Spirit and even the entire Fire Spirit tribe. If the Patriarch of Fire Spirit died, the Fire Spirit tribe would be doomed. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said coldly, "Sure." Phew! Hua Xian heaved a sigh of relief in the crowd. He looked at Yi Chen's back. Confidence. Powerful. Meanwhile, Huiyuan and the rest were stunned. This should not be the outcome. The Patriarch of Fire Spirit's tensed heart had just relaxed when Yi Chen's voice came from above his head. "I can spare your life, but I have to plant a restriction in your body. If you have any ulterior motives, I'll destroy your soul with a single thought and you'll die. What? The patriarch of fire spirits' body trembled. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but before he could make a sound, he heard Yi Chen's cold voice that was filled with killing intent. He heard Yi Chen's cold and murderous voice from above, or I'll kill you now. The patriarch of fire spirits' expression changed drastically. After some thought, he finally accepted his fate. Master, please plant the restriction. Yi Chen pinched his fingertips and drew an incantation in the air. He separated a wisp of divine consciousness and turned it into a crystal thread. It entered the patriarch of fire spirit's soul space with a whoosh and entangled the patriarch of fire spirit's soul. As long as Yi Chen willed it, his soul would be destroyed. The patriarch of fire spirit sensed the danger in his soul. The restriction was like a time bomb, and his face was filled with bitterness. He was a beginner body integration powerhouse, after all. It was not impossible for him to reach the tribulation stage in the future. However, he had to bow to Yi Chen now. It would be a lie to say that he was unwilling. He forced a smile as he thought to this point. He knelt at Yi Chen's feet immediately and said, after taking a deep breath in, Senior Yi Chen is the master of the Fire Spirit clan. It echoed throughout the entire Dexian kingdom. Many people from the Dexian kingdom were shocked. The Dexian kingdom had changed owners. The imperial city had been destroyed in the battle just now. In the hall of the palace beside the imperial city, led by the Fire Spirit ancestor, the elites of the Dexian kingdom, Huoxian, and the other heavens' favorites gathered together. Yi Chen walked in slowly and sat on the main seat. Greetings, my lord. Everyone knelt on the ground to greet Yi Chen. Perhaps some people were unwilling. Some were perplexed and some were scheming, especially Fire Cloud. The young man she had looked down on back then had become an existence she needed to look up to in the blink of an eye. But in Huoxian's eyes, there was a trace of confusion and complexity, as well as a bit of worship. Deep within his eyes, there was a flame that was growing stronger. Yi Chen did not care about these. In the path of cultivation, the strong were respected. In the face of absolute strength, the weak could not resist. Master, these are the elites of my Dexian kingdom. Here is a list of my Fire Spirit tribe's treasures. Please take a look. After saying that, a scroll appeared in the Fire Spirit ancestor's hand. Just by looking at this scroll, one could tell that it was extraordinary. It was made of fire dragon whiskers. Almost at that moment, outside Fire Spirit Star, the Wood Spirit ancestor appeared again, his true origin force vibrating, resounding through heaven and earth. Old Wood Spirit, come out and see me. When the Fire Spirit ancestor heard this, he looked troubled. He looked at Yi Chen, who was sitting on the seat. Master, this old servant will go, and kill him now. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. It's okay, we'll go and meet him. Yes. The Fire Spirit ancestor nodded and disappeared from the hall. He tore through the void and appeared outside Fire Spirit Star, facing the Wood Spirit ancestor. When the Wood Spirit ancestor saw the Fire Spirit ancestor's old and decrepit appearance, he was surprised. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen also appeared next to him. His green robe fluttered in the wind, his expression indifferent. The Fire Spirit ancestor immediately knelt down and bowed. Greetings, my lord! Master, the Wood Spirit ancestor was shocked. He actually made the Tao integration stage Fire Spirit ancestor call him master. What shocked him the most was that the Fire Spirit ancestor's hair was white, and the aura on his body was extremely weak. Run. The Wood Spirit ancestor was shocked. Without saying a word, he turned around and unleashed his true origin force, fleeing like lightning. Clearly, he realized something. Yi Chen sneered, It's too late to run now. With a wave of his right hand, a lightning phenomenon appeared behind him. Roar! A 3-meter-wide lightning dragon appeared. It flickered with dark purple lightning that could destroy the world as it charged straight at the wood spirit ancestor. The lightning dragon's speed was incomparably fast. Wherever it passed, the void was destroyed. Ah! The wood spirit ancestor roared. He turned around, and his true origin force erupted as he punched out. Boom! The lightning dragon exploded, and the wood spirit ancestor was blasted back. He was in a sorry state, and the power of lightning in his hands had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. At the moment of the explosion, Yi Chen crossed the void and caught up to the wood spirit ancestor. Mountain-embracing seal. Forming a seal with both hands, a palm that was as huge as a mountain slammed down heavily. It was as if it was facing the clouds, a vast and heavy ancient mountain. "You forced me to do this," Ghost would chant. An evil spirit screamed, and the surrounding air became extremely cold. Thousands of ghosts howled as if hell had descended. He waved his shadow-like branches and collided with it. Bang! The evil spirit was crushed. The ancient mountain came crashing down. The wood spirit ancestor was shocked. He hurriedly took out the wood spirit clan's magic treasure, the wood spirit shield. Boom! The mountain-shaking seal collided fiercely with the jade void new wood shield. The jade-like shield was on the verge of collapse. Blurg! The wood spirit ancestor inside the shield spat a mouthful of blood. There was a green glow lingering on his body as if it was healing him. Not a bad magic treasure. Yi Chen could tell that the shield could absorb a portion of the attack energy and use it to heal. The wood spirit ancestor glared at Yi Chen with resentment. "It's either you or me who dies today." With that, he shook his sleeve and a spear appeared. It seemed to be a combination magic treasure with the wood spirit shield. The shield flashed with a green light and resonated with each other. "Blood, see divine wood spear." The fire spirit ancestor shouted, "Master, you have to be careful. That spear and shield are the wood spirit clan's combination magic treasures. When the two are combined, their power is not weaker than a spirit treasure." The wood spirit ancestor held the two treasures in his hands, and the phenomenon behind him was shocking. In a sea of blood, there was a towering green tree. The tree's shadow squirmed wildly, as if it was nurturing a ferocious devil. It was strange and terrifying. "Kill!" The wood spirit ancestor stabbed with his spear. Blood shadows surged and pierced through the air. Yi Chen's blood seemed to be about to break out of his body. The power of Yi Chen's physical body exploded. Golden light shone brightly as he threw a punch. The stars lost their color, and the ground shook like thousands of horses galloping on the battlefield. The spear and the fist collided. The moment they collided, there was silence. In the blink of an eye, the center of the collision was like a star exploding. It shone brightly, and the violent energy destroyed the void. End of this chapter. Chapter 1727. Immense energy erupted in all directions, spreading out with a destructive aura. Not far away, countless fire dragons roared furiously from the fire spirit star formation, and the flames surged. The weaker stars that were closer had already been reduced to dust, floating in the vast sea of stars. It shook the starry sky. Who's fighting? On the other side of the void, two figures with vast auras descended. Shockingly, they were two godlike phantoms. The Tao Integration stage mighty figure of the metal spirit planet stood in the starry sky. His eyes pierced through countless stars and saw the wood spirit patriarch confronting a young expert. The Earth spirit planet's Tao Integration stage patriarch also appeared. Sensing the aftershock of the battle, he frowned and said, "Where did that person come from? He's actually able to suppress wood spirit patriarch. Could he be some peerless prodigy from the primordial star system?" The metal spirit patriarch shook his head and continued to watch the battle in the starry sky. How is this possible? In the void, the wood spirit patriarch's expression was extremely ugly. This person was actually using his physical strength to resist his spirit treasure spear. Yi Chun stood proudly in the air and sneered, "The treasure is not bad, but unfortunately it ends here." In the next moment he took a step forward and shouted, "Heaven burning, earth melting palm!" In an instant, the entire starry sky was like a land of magma. Flames illuminated heaven and earth, and scorching magma burned the void, emitting billowing white smoke. Seeing this, the fire spirit patriarch's expression changed drastically. What kind of divine ability is this? Even I can't burn the void. The ancestor of the wood spirit tribe looked at this overwhelming palm in horror. The flames reflected the starry sky red. Even the two Tao integration stage mighty figures in the distance could see it clearly without using their ocular techniques. The two of them looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. This person is too powerful. The wood spirit patriarch knew that the wood spirit shield could not withstand it. He gritted his teeth and spat out a drop of green blood essence that contained powerful life essence. Verdant with demonic spell. He used his own life essence to cast the verdant with demonic spell. Half of the wood spirit patriarch's body instantly turned into wood, like half a tree. Immediately after, he waved his palm. The wood spiritual shield shone brightly in the air, and an old face appeared on the towering tree. It was dignified and solemn, as if an emperor had descended. The originally countless thin branches became extremely thick. The green treetop slowly withered. The huge tree trunk rose from the ground and resolutely charged towards the burning heaven palm. Boom! Flames and giant trees, destruction and rebirth. The two were fighting fiercely, evenly matched. At the same time, the demon in the shadow of the tree was released. Demonic energy overflowed the heavens, and corpses piled up like a sea of blood. The demon howled and vanished into the void as the wood spirit patriarch threw the spear. Yi Chen frowned slightly. The blood sea divine wood spear disappeared from his divine consciousness. Roar! Yi Chen let out a deafening roar. The roar that came from his body shook the surroundings. The golden light around his body disappeared into the surface of his body and turned into a bronze color. He used all his physical strength for defense. Whoosh! The blood sea divine with spear suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen. With a flash, even Yi Chen could not react and was stabbed in the chest. Bang! It was as if he had been hit by a nuclear bomb. The earth-shattering impact made Yi Chen take a few steps back. Then, the earth-shattering, explosive energy exploded in his chest. The stars were destroyed, and the void collapsed, causing the starry sky to tremble nonstop. The four old men looked at the place of the explosion. That terrifying power. If it were them, they would definitely die. Very soon, they saw a golden light streak across the dark sky. It was as fast as lightning, heading straight for the wood spirit patriarch. How is this possible? He's fine. No, run. Seeing the young face in the golden light, the wood spirit patriarch's face was filled with despair. He no longer had the intention to resist. He could not even kill him like that. No, he could not hurt him. Run. He could only escape by returning to wood spirit planet and relying on the formation. From afar, a golden light was chasing after a green glow. Yi Chen mocked. You can't escape death, no matter where you run. His speed suddenly increased, and the true origin energy condensed on his fingertips shot out. Green wood emperor's finger. The fingertips behind him were like an emperor brandishing a sword. They advanced with indomitable will, sweeping through everything and killing countless enemies. In the blink of an eye, the wood spirit patriarch spat out another drop of blood essence. Bang! The wood spirit patriarch was easily shattered like an old tree. He's dead? Yi Chen released his divine consciousness to search. Soon he found something unusual and threw a punch. In the void, the wood spirit patriarch was on the verge of death. He formed a seal with both hands, and the green wood scroll floating in front of him emitted a green light that enveloped him. innate Imu divine escape technique. The wood spirit patriarch soon disappeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Did he escape? The golden spirit patriarch and the earth spirit patriarch saw the wood spirit patriarch fleeing frantically in a sorry state. They looked at each other. This person could not be offended. Yi Chen soon arrived at Wood Spirit Planet under the guidance of the Fire Spirit Patriarch. At that moment, the green dragon formation that was formed by the power of the entire Wood Spirit Planet had already been activated. Countless green dragons roared, and ancient and mysterious runes appeared. Sky fall! Yi Chen's physical body exploded as true origin energy gathered under his feet. He stepped out and smashed down like a stone pillar that could hold up the sky. Roar! Roar! The green dragon was attacked and soared into the sky. With the power of the coiling dragon, it shattered the stone pillar that descended from the sky. Yi Chen waved his sleeve. Emperor Brush appeared in his hand, and he waved it in the air. Break! Dong! 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 The formation shook endlessly as the word break, and the green dragon fought fiercely. Soon, countless green dragons spat out dragon flames that filled the sky, burning the word break into ashes. The wood spirit patriarch was overjoyed when he saw that Yi Chen was helpless in the green dragon formation. Yi Chen looked at him in disdain and immediately used the ancient god roar. An ancient beast appeared out of thin air. Roar! With a furious roar, the earth shook and the sky spun. Countless Wood Spirit Planet powerhouses who were maintaining the formation were killed by the shock wave. The Wood Spirit Patriarch was shocked. How could this be? This was an ancient formation. He roared crazily, "Quick! Someone continue to maintain the formation and have someone hold it off." This roar shook the starry sky and shattered the stars. The two Tao integration stage powerhouses of the Gold Spirit Planet and the Earth Spirit Planet were shocked again. Yi Chen grabbed the air and grabbed an azure dragon. Then, something strange happened. His body absorbed the azure dragon's power. It was an ancient god physical ability. The azure dragon phantom, condensed by the green dragon formation, was actually the world's most extreme wood power. It could be used to cultivate the ancient god body. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance you get it without even looking for it. Yi Chen was overjoyed and immediately used the ancient god technique Eye. This technique Eye was an ancient god ability that he had inherited from the Pangu divine spark. It was extremely magical. Then, under the Wood Spirit Patriarch's shocked gaze, starlight flashed between Yi Chen's brows. The power of the stars gathered like a newborn star, turning into a magical vertical eye. Absorb! The vertical eye of the stars shot out rays of starlight and absorbed the azure dragon phantom. The formation was broken. At that moment, Yi Chen charged into the Wood Spirit Planet and headed straight for the Wood Spirit Patriarch. Chapter 1728. The ultimate Imu power was completely absorbed by Yi Chen. The green dragon formation of Wood Spirit Planet could no longer be maintained and shattered like a mirror. The Wood Spirit Patriarch watched in fear. His last trump card had shattered like a bubble with the green dragon formation. He used all his strength to use his escape technique to return to Wood Spirit Planet. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood essence, and his face was extremely dispirited. A planet full of vitality and lush green trees appeared in front of him. The lush primeval forest occupied more than half of the planet, and the green waves were like the sea. Yi Chen stepped in and charged into Wood Spirit Planet like a comet. Stop him! Don't let him enter Wood Spirit Planet. Kill! Many Wood Spirit Planet powerhouses soared into the sky and intercepted him. All kinds of divine abilities erupted, covering the sky and earth. Colorful, true essence layers overlapped, and the power was astonishing. Even ordinary Tao integration stage powerhouses did not dare to face it head-on. Yi Chen casually slapped out with his palm. Boom! The void trembled, and the mountains of Wood Spirit Planet shook. The forest and green sea below were destroyed in an instant, revealing a charred and broken land. Divine abilities were also reduced to dust along with the people who blocked his way. The remaining few divine abilities could not break through his body. No one could resist the power of his palm. It was as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. Yi Qin stood in the air, his powerful divine consciousness enveloping the entire Wood Spirit Planet. He narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion, "Not here!" Yi Qin then used his ocular technique. His eyes were like torches, making it impossible for people to look directly at him. The blazing light seemed to be able to see through the void. He searched thousands of small worlds and soon locked onto that small world. The Wood Spirit Patriarch was hiding in the source of the world. In front of him was a mountain of natural treasures, frantically absorbing them to heal. "Found you." Yi Qin smiled and gathered his true essence. He pointed at the sky. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Countless lightning snakes swam, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as if a great terror was brewing. The powerhouses of the Wood Spirit clan looked at the sky in shock. The power that covered the sky gathered, and the weaker ones had already been crushed to the ground. The entire planet fell into panic. "No, how can there be such a powerhouse? I don't want to die." Yi Qin pointed. Sky-severing finger. The dark clouds in the sky condensed into a gigantic finger that gave off a suffocating energy. It suppressed the stars as if it was facing death. Yi Qin stood in the air and looked down at everyone. His body was enveloped in dazzling divine light. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. He was invincible. The Wood Spirit ancestor fled in a sorry state like a stray dog. He said with shock and anger, "Sire, can we stop here? This old man will no longer pursue the matter of you killing my grandson." Yi Chen looked down at the patriarch of Wood Spirit beneath his feet in a condescending manner. His expression was extremely cold. "Where else can you run to? I said I want you dead, so you must die. The person that I want to kill won't live. You've gone too far." The Wood Spirit Patriarch's face was ferocious and filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to hack Yi Qin into 1,000 pieces for killing his grandson, destroying his formation, and destroying his planet. Soon his face turned ashen, and he looked absent-minded. He slowly unclenched his fists, and the quintessential essence he had quietly gathered dissipated. His will to fight for his life vanished. At the end of the day, he was the cause of all of this. If he had not underestimated Yi Chen's ability, he would not have cursed Yi Chen, nor would he have ordered the Fire Spirit Patriarch to attack him. Now he finally understood why the Fire Spirit Patriarch would acknowledge Yi Chen as his master. Powerlessness, hopeless powerlessness. As a Tao integration stage almighty, he felt crushed by his strength. All of his techniques were crushed by Yi Chen. It was like a giant will crushing an ant. It shattered the hatred in his heart and his dignity. "I'm willing to serve you as my master. Please let me go." The Patriarch of Wood Spirit lowered his head and knelt before Yi Chen, submitting to him. However, a hint of resentment flashed through his lowered eyes. "I'll just bear with it. There's no need to fight to the death with this person. It won't be too late to take revenge after I recover." Yi Chen scoffed. How could he not know what he was thinking? He looked at the Wood Spirit Patriarch like he was looking at a corpse. He approached slowly step by step with killing intent. The Wood Spirit Patriarch's expression changed drastically. He looked at Yi Chen as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was about to slash down. It was bone-piercing. He was terrified and hurriedly said, "Sir, are you going to fight me to the death? If you really force me, you won't be able to get away with it. Do you think you're worthy?" Yi Chen smirked in disdain. He took a step forward and attacked the Wood Spirit Patriarch again. Die. Heavenly lightning destruction palm. The thunder was deafening and resounded through the world. Countless living beings, were terrified. The entire sky was illuminated by the lightning as if it was daytime. It was dazzling. Dark clouds churned, and lightning was faintly discernible. A gigantic lightning dragon coiled around Yi Qin like the god of lightning had descended. A green glow flew out from the wood spirit patriarch's sleeve. The divine jade shield sensed that its master was in danger and immediately soared into the sky. A dark green shield stood tall like an old tree, resolutely blocking in front of the wood spirit patriarch. The lightning palm brought with it countless bolts of lightning as it whizzed down. The deep purple lightning flashed by and destroyed the void. Boom! The power of lightning wreaked havoc everywhere. Wherever it passed, living beings were annihilated and turned into dust. The lightning dragon rolled, and the earth cracked and mountains collapsed, leaving 1,000 feet deep ravine on the ground. The power of lightning erupted, and the green shield was instantly destroyed. The divine jade shield flew back, and the green light on its body flickered before gradually dimming. It was like a person who was about to die. The wood spirit patriarch's face was pale behind the shield, and he spat out blood continuously. He roared crazily, his voice resounding through the starry sky. "Fellow Jinling, fellow Earth, are you really going to watch me die?" This was his last hope. The expressions of the two in the void changed slightly. They looked at each other and hesitated. There were many Tao integration powerhouses in this galaxy. The 4 great planets were allies in the outside world, and they were intimately interdependent. Although the 4 great planets usually fought openly and secretly, if there was an invasion, they would abandon their prejudices and fight together. What should they do now? Yi Chen was disdainful. He looked at them disdainfully and shouted, "You still want to ask for help? Who dares to save you?" Rumble. Yi Chen slammed his palm down again. The lightning dragon appeared again, and world-destroying lightning descended from the sky. Thunder and lightning intertwined. When the thunder god was angry, corpses would lie for thousands of miles. The divine jade shield on the ground trembled violently. It wanted to block again, but it was powerless to fly away. Its green light flickered desperately. The wood spirit patriarch looked at the lightning that covered the sky in fear. Yi Chen's power was like a towering boulder pressing on his heart. He, who was weak and powerless, had long given up resisting. A trace of regret arose in his heart. His face was ashen and his heart was dead. He was also a Tao integration powerhouse, and he could control the life and death of others like this. However, he was the one who died now. The lightning palm pressed down. At the moment of the wood spirit patriarch's life and death, a loud shout sounded in the void. "Fellow, please stop!" End of this chapter. Chapter 1729. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 resplendent divine lights swept through the sky, causing the void to tremble. The divine abilities were earth-shattering. Square golden hand. Golden hands that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surged from all directions, shocking everyone. Earth dragon roar. Roar. An earth dragon rose from the ground. It had a stone head and an earth dragon body. Its coiling dragon roar shook the surroundings. It collided with the annihilating thunder palm. Boom! Sand and rocks flew everywhere and the earth shook. The ground was lifted up, and a huge crater that was dozens of kilometers wide appeared at the explosion site. Oh my God, so terrifying! Everyone on Wood's spirit planet looked at the huge crater as if they were looking at an abyss. They were uneasy. The Earth Spirit Patriarch and the old man had to work together to block the Thunder God's palm. Their eyes were filled with seriousness. Previously, they had seen the shocking power from afar, but now that they had taken the palm head-on, they realized that its power was like 10,000 mountains collapsing. Powerful. This person was too powerful. Subsequently, 2 figures appeared before Yi Chen, revealing the faces of 2 old men. One of them had a sharp face and a burly figure. His entire body was filled with golden light, and his eyes were sharp. The other person wore an earth-yellow robe and had a long beard. He always had a faint smile on his face, and he looked amiable. He looked like an ordinary old man. As soon as the two of them appeared, they unleashed their full strength at the Tao integration stage, causing heaven and earth to freeze. The pressure filled the air and shook the void. When the powerhouses of Wood's spirit planet saw the two of them, they could not help but reveal expressions of ecstasy. It's the Metal Spirit Patriarch and the Earth Spirit Patriarch? The Wood Spirit Patriarch was relieved. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and said with a smile, "You guys are finally here." At the same time, the Fire Spirit Patriarch's expression changed. He descended to Yi Chen's side and introduced the two of them immediately. Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly when he heard that. He looked at the two of them with a burning gaze and asked, "Are you guys going to be my enemy?" The Metal Spirit Patriarch had a fiery temper and was about to flare up. The Earth Spirit Patriarch welcomed him with a smile and said amiably, "I wouldn't dare. You're powerful, but we're allies. We can't just sit by and do nothing." As he spoke, he glanced at the Fire Spirit Patriarch and continued, "Why don't we make the decision and resolve the grudge between you and Old Wood Spirit?" Yi Chen raised his brows. "Really?" The Patriarch of Golden Spirit and the other two were communicating through voice transmission to understand what had happened. They found out that Yi Chen had killed Mu Kuei, and the Patriarch of Wood Spirit was being hunted for revenge. The Earth Spirit Patriarch wore a troubled expression as he stared at the heavily wounded Wood Spirit Patriarch with a strange look. This Mu Kuei was killed by Yi Chen. It was reasonable for the Wood Spirit Patriarch to seek revenge. However, he was not as strong as Yi Chen. Even if he was in the right, he would be in the wrong. He had no choice but to lower his voice. The Earth Spirit ancestor sighed softly and smiled. It was Mu Kuei who was blind and offended fellow Taoist. He deserved to die. Now that old man Mu Kuei is heavily injured and has learned his lesson. Why don't you spare his life? He could not help but look at Yi Chen after saying that. Yi Chen was still standing in the air. His green robe was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were indifferent, and his expression was cold. No one could tell what he was thinking. "Of course, we will offer up precious treasures. We hope that fellow Taoist can be magnanimous and stop here. This grievance will be settled here." The Wood Spirit Patriarch waved his sleeve, and golden light shone brightly. Several natural treasures with overwhelming spiritual energy appeared. There was even one that was about to be nurtured into a spirit treasure. The green spring is a divine healing medicine. Rumor has it that it can regrow flesh and bones. Also, the wood spirit ginseng is about to transform into a spirit. The Fire Spirit Patriarch counted them like they were his family treasures. He hurriedly said, "He must make a heavenly Tao oath not to attack my master in the future. Otherwise, he will die." The Wood Spirit Patriarch ignored the Fire Spirit Patriarch and only looked at Yi Chen. However, he was disappointed. There was no greed in Yi Chen's cold eyes. As expected, Yi Chen scoffed. He did not take them seriously at all. He said with a sharp gaze, "I can resolve it, unless he cripples his own cultivation base." He had always been like this. Either he did not offend anyone, or since he had offended them, he would definitely eliminate them. Otherwise, if the Wood Spirit Patriarch came to Earth to take revenge in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Wood Spirit Patriarch's face was filled with despair when he heard that. Then he revealed a ferocious expression and firmly refused. He shouted, "Losing my cultivation base is no different from dying." The Earth Spirit Patriarch was furious as well. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow, must you insist on doing this?" "Those who stand in my way will die." Yi Chen looked cold. "You guys are no exception." The two of them were furious. They immediately sent voice transmissions and joined forces. "What an arrogant young man. We'd like to see how you're going to deal with the three of us. How dare you?" The Fire Spirit Patriarch was about to unleash his true origin energy, and joined the battle to help Yi Qin kill the enemy. Yi Qin waved his hand and rejected. He was domineering like a supreme emperor as he said disdainfully, "I alone am enough to deal with these 3 pieces of trash." "You're going too far." The gold spirit patriarch was the first to attack. Jade gold palm. The giant palm that looked like it was made of jade overflowed with golden light. Everyone could feel the terrifying power contained within it as they charged at Yi Qin. The battle was about to begin. The earth spirit patriarch stomped the ground, causing the soil to churn as if there were many fish swimming in the ground. Then a dark red, poisonous miasma rose. Crimson dragon miasma. The wood spirit patriarch took the opportunity to consume the holy wood spring and sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. Yi Qin shouted coldly, "How dare you show off in front of me with such petty tricks?" "Azura heaven suppressing kill. Kill." Immediately, tens of millions of Azuras appeared behind Yi Qin. They shouted in unison and fought with the golden jade palm and the miasma dragon. The entire void was like an Azura battlefield. Blood energy surged into the sky, and killing intent surged. The battle caused the sky and earth to dim, and the sun and moon to lose their light. Soon, the wood spirit patriarch recovered from some of his injuries and soared into the sky, joining the battle. Yi Qin fought 1 against 3. His 2 fists could fight against 6 hands. He used all his divine abilities, and the space beneath his feet collapsed layer by layer. He fought from Wood's spirit planet to the starry sky. Many of the powerhouses on Wood's spirit planet were shocked. The 3 patriarchs were all Tao integration almighties, and their cultivation bases and divine abilities were extremely powerful. This time, they would definitely be able to kill this person and make him die a graveless death. The Wood spirit patriarch endured his injuries and gritted his teeth. "You guys hold him back. I'll kill this person." The wood spirit patriarch waved his hand, and a wooden spike that exuded an ancient, destructive aura appeared. He spat a mouthful of blood and clenched his fists, shattering the blood sea shadow wooden spear and jade void shield. It was as if some ancient terror was gradually awakening. The 2 of them looked at the wood spirit patriarch in surprise. His aura had shrunk, and most of his body had turned into wood. They sighed in their hearts. Yi Qin was unwilling to spare him. He could only fight to the death. When the fire spirit patriarch sensed the aura of the wooden spike, he was even more terrified. The depths of his soul actually wanted to escape. "It's the clan's treasure." The patriarch once said that it can't be used unless the clan is destroyed. A wood spirit planet powerhouse exclaimed, "I didn't expect the patriarch to use it to kill this person. He must kill that person." After saying that, that person glared at Yi Qin with resentment, as if he wanted to witness Yi Qin die here with his own eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1730. It transformed into a terrifying black wooden spike. It transformed into a gigantic beast with a single horn. The beast's body was ferocious, but it wasn't covered in ordinary fur and scales. Instead, it had ravine bark that looked like dead wood. It had no eyes, and there was only a huge wooden spike on its head. It seemed like it wanted to pierce through the sky. Greenwood unicorn. The patriarch of fire spirit and the other 2 recognized the giant beast as the totem of Wood spirit planet, the god of protection. Rumor has it that this giant beast only existed in the desolate era. I didn't expect Old Man Wood spirit to feed it with his body and summon it. Yi Qin faced the desolate aura head-on. It was ancient and violent. He frowned and waved his hand. Using the power of the stars as ink and the black sky as paper, Emperor Brush wrote wildly in the void, "Seal, break, kill." The 3 words flowed with starlight and suppressed the giant beast. The giant beast roared, and its horn danced wildly. The 3 words were torn apart instantly, but they were enveloped by starlight and sealed the void. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Qin clenched his right fist tightly and threw a punch. 6 phenomena filled the starry sky, shaking the universe. The 6 paths of the reincarnation of gods and ghosts shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. The giant beast's 4 feet broke through the starlight seal. Its horn crushed the void and charged at Yi Qin like a train at the speed of light. Rumble! The horn shattered with a resounding boom. Roar! As the giant beast roared, countless ghosts and gods charged out from the 6 paths. The gods and ghosts slaughtered and killed the giant beast. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The 2 of them were shocked as well. They sucked in a breath of cold air, and a vicious glint flashed in their eyes. They had to use their full strength. The Patriarch of Gold Spirit took a deep breath in and took out the clan's treasure, the golden fire wheel. The golden wheel was like the sun. The bright sun was like fire, scorching and dazzling. Phantoms of fire phoenixes appeared in the starry sky, and the phoenix cries rose to the sun. The golden will burn the sky with golden flames, destroying everything. The starstones beside it had long been burned into thick white smoke. The scene was terrifying. The Earth Spirit Patriarch also took out the heaven-shaking apricot yellow flag and injected all his true origin energy into it. In the starry sky, the flag fluttered, and a yellow light shot into the sky as if it had awakened the sleeping god of the earth. In the distance, a meteorite the size of a star with raging flames streaked across the silent sky. It rumbled continuously as it charged at Yi Qin like a cannonball. The Patriarch of Jinling and the other 2 stood proudly in the air. They looked straight at Yi Qin with killing intent on their faces. Yi, it's not too late for you to kneel and surrender now. Yi Qin stood proudly in the air as divine light surged. His long hair danced wildly like a fiend as he said domineeringly, "I've already said that anyone who blocks me will die." As he finished speaking, he took a step forward and charged forward. Both sides fought again. Yi Qin's physical strength exploded as he performed the 33 divine fist creation. He forced the Patriarch of Golden Spirit to retreat and spit blood. How is this possible? His physical body is actually not afraid of my golden pure fire. The Golden Spirit ancestor couldn't believe it. His strongest magical equipment was actually useless against him. Yi Qin, on the other hand, was overjoyed. First, it was the Ewood power. Now, it was the Li Fire Golden Quintessence. His body could absorb it directly, and it could not hurt him at all. Ha ha ha. Yi Qin laughed out loud. Star-picking hand. The power of the stars rushed over from all directions, gathering into a giant hand that could pluck stars. Bam! With a flip of the hand, the Golden Spirit ancestor was sent flying like a comet, shattering countless starstones. The star power in his hand surged, and the absorption power in his hand exploded. Yi Qin snatched the golden fire wheel away. Yi Qin gripped it tightly. His physical body exploded as he absorbed all the golden fire essence in the golden fire wheel. No, what did you do? The Golden Spirit ancestor felt that the golden fire wheel's charm had completely disappeared. It was like an ordinary object, and he spat blood nonstop. After absorbing it, Yi Qin had 3 types of ultimate energy in his body. His body could sense the earth dragon chi and the sky-overturning apricot yellow flag and was eager to try. He looked at the earth spirit ancestor and smiled strangely. When the earth spirit ancestor saw that the golden spirit ancestor had lost, he was shocked. He gritted his teeth and exploded again. The yellow light shone several times brighter. Second Chinese network, the meteorite suddenly accelerated as if it had traveled through time and space, surging violently. Rolling heat waves surged toward him. The meteorite kept enlarging in his eyes like a star, covering the sky and the sun. Yi Qin did not dare to underestimate it. Divine light erupted again. It was even more dazzling than the meteorite. Universe collapsing thunder fist. The true origin energy in his body gathered at a point at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The point became smaller and smaller until it could not be seen. There was no earth-shattering sound, nor was there any phenomenon that made people feel awe. It was as if only Yi Qin and his slow punch were left in the entire starry sky. The fist and the meteorite were like eggs hitting a rock. At that moment, rumble! Countless black, lightning flames erupted from the center of his fist. The meteorite the size of a star shattered inch by inch from the center and shattered into pieces. The rubble was obliterated by the black lightning. In the world, only the sound of the explosion and thunder echoed in the void, shocking the starry sky. The Earth Spirit ancestor spat a mouthful of blood as he suffered a backlash. Yi Qin summoned the sky-overturning apricot yellow flag and absorbed all the Earth Dragon chi in it. Everyone was shocked again. They could not suppress it even after using 2 clan treasures. It was so terrifying. There was only fear in the eyes of the half-wooden Wood Spirit ancestor. He made up his mind and flew toward Wood Spirit Planet. He chanted the ancient incantation and summoned the ancestral pagoda. Rumble! A huge pagoda rose from the ground of Wood Spirit Planet. It towered into the clouds and was wrapped in lush vegetation. The entire pagoda was a huge mountain that was carved with exquisite craftsmanship. Everyone on Wood Spirit Planet was confused. What was that? The Wood Spirit ancestor shouted. His voice could be heard by everyone in the Wood Spirit clan. This is our ancestral pagoda, the Wood Puppet Spirit Ceiling Pagoda. As long as the powerhouses of the clan enter it and inject energy, they can suppress Yi. The people of the Wood Spirit clan were overjoyed. Was that true? Many powerhouses entered it to suppress Yi Qin. However, the Wood Spirit ancestor turned his head and could not bear to look at it. There was one thing he did not say. The energy injected by the ancestral pagoda was life. The giant beast Wood Spike only consumed his lifespan and cultivation base, but the Wood Puppet Spirit Ceiling Pagoda would sacrifice all the powerhouses of the Wood Spirit clan and ruin the future of the Wood Spirit clan. It would be exterminated. Seeing the giant pagoda, the Fire Spirit ancestor's expression changed drastically. Up until now, the Wood Spirit ancestor had the most tricks and the most profound foundation. The rumor that a patriarch of the Wood Spirit clan had stepped onto the path to heaven and become an immortal was true. Even if he used all his tricks, he would not be able to defeat it. Then, he looked at Yi Qin with a complicated expression. How should he deal with it? After the giant pagoda absorbed the life force of the powerhouses of the Wood Spirit clan, it shone with a green light. With a rumble, it rose from the ground and flew toward Yi Qin. Like a mountain descending from the sky, a black shadow enveloped Yi Qin and grew larger and larger. Yi Qin did not have time to react. In just an instant, the giant pagoda locked onto Yi Qin and smashed down. Boom! The suppressive force reverberated, shaking the starry sky and collapsing the void. Yi Qin was suppressed inside. That's great. Everyone on Wood Spirit Planet was overjoyed and cried tears of joy. They felt like they had been reborn after a calamity. The two of them also exhaled. If we continue fighting, we'll have to admit defeat. I didn't expect fellow Wood Spirit to have such a treasure. The Wood Spirit ancestor coughed heavily and said weakly, "Thank you for saving me." Chapter 1731. Everyone looked at the mountain-like tower in the starry sky. It had suppressed the nightmare in their hearts, and they no longer had to be afraid. Suddenly, a rumble came from the tower, and the cheers stopped abruptly. Rumble! The giant tower shook nonstop. The plants on the tower swayed wildly, and sand and stones rolled down. Immortal slaying flying saber, break! Kacha! The giant tower that was refined from the entire mountain cracked in the middle, and a saber gleam shot out. It was extremely sharp and had invincible divine might. The giant tower was split into 2. Impossible! The patriarch of Wood Spirit watched in a daze as the young man in green slowly walked out of the broken tower. He was like a god that had descended, looking down on all living beings and the world. I'll show you what a real immortal spell is. Yi Chen took a step out and grabbed the air. He shouted, "Technique of 3 disasters and 9 disasters. Black sun disaster!" In an instant, the starry sky lost its color, and a strange phenomenon appeared. Immediately, a black sun appeared above everyone's head. The surrounding stars became dim, as if all the light had been absorbed by the black sun. It was extremely strange. The entire star fell into endless, silent darkness, as if the end of the world had arrived. A black storm surged around the black sun, and the void shattered as if it was going to devour all living beings. It was the immortal Lord Calamity's divine ability again. Under everyone's gaze, the black sun crushed toward the Patriarch of Wood Spirit. The god of death had arrived. No! The Patriarch of Wood Spirit watched the black sun rushing toward him in despair. He waved all kinds of magic treasures in a frenzy. With a flash of light, the indestructible magic treasures turned into dust the moment they came into contact with the black storm. Soon, the black sun descended, and the black storm swept over. The Patriarch of Wood Spirit's protective true origin energy was torn apart like paper. Ah! A scream resounded through the starry sky, and the Patriarch of Wood Spirit's body disappeared along with the black sun. Boom! The Patriarch of Wood Spirit was dead. The death of a Tao integration stage, Cultivator, shook the void. The world instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Patriarch is dead. The people of the Wood Spirit clan couldn't believe it. They were the strongest clan among the 4 stars, but Mukue dared to hunt down Fire Spirit, and the Wood Spirit ancestor dared to interrogate the Fire Spirit ancestor for the murder. We have the mighty means left behind by the perfected immortal patriarchs and powerful Tao integration patriarchs. But now, the old ancestor had fallen, and even many of the clan's experts had died in battle. Less than 1/10 of them had been sacrificed. The Wood Spirit race had been exterminated. The 2 of them were terrified. Such a powerful Wood Spirit ancestor had died. They knelt on the spot. "Fellow Taoisti, we admit defeat, we admit defeat." The Wood Spirit Patriarch was dead. The Earth Spirit Patriarch and the Metal Spirit Patriarch were completely scared out of their wits. They apologized to Yi Chen and begged for mercy. Yi Chen walked in the air like an emperor. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at him or offend him. He said softly, "I can spare your lives, but you must place a restriction on them." The Fire Spirit Elder told them about the restriction and Yi Chen's request. Yi Chen continued, "Don't worry. I'm not from this galaxy. I won't stay here forever. You guys are still the masters of your clans and the kings of the stars." The 2 of them looked at each other as if they were considering the authenticity of Yi Chen's words. However, in the next moment, they immediately felt an extremely terrifying killing intent. The 2 of them shivered and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, we're willing." In the end, the 2 of them agreed. They planted the restriction and served Yi Chen as their master. In the starry sky, everyone from the 3 clans shouted in unison, "Greetings, Holy Lord!" Yi Chen had become the Lord of 4 stars. At that moment, the 4-star powerhouses were all shocked to the point that their scalps went numb. This person had single-handedly suppressed the 3 Tao integration stage almighties to either die or surrender. How terrifying was that? Earth Spirit Planet, Taiwu Kingdom's Imperial City Palace. Huge stone sculptures could be seen everywhere, majestic and imposing. The dark, golden glazed palace was so tall that one could not see the top. The dragon throne was more than 10 feet tall, and the carvings were exquisite. The 5-clawed golden dragon was lifelike. After dividing up the Wood Spirit Planet, the 3 of them came to the main hall and knelt on one knee. They said respectfully, "Greetings, my lord." The Fire Spirit Patriarch took a step forward and handed over 4 lists of treasures with both hands. He reported, "The Wood Spirit clan has been destroyed. These are all the treasures of the 4 clans. Please take a look, my lord. Yi Chen took the list and glanced at it. He picked out many cultivation resources and treasures that were useful to Yang Tian and the rest. The corners of the Earth Spirit Patriarch and the other two's mouths twitched. Their hearts were bleeding. Yi Chen's eyes flashed, and he asked, "Which star zone is this?" "This is the Big Dipper star zone." Big Dipper star zone? Yi Chen recalled the star zone map and was delighted. This place was not too far from Earth. He could first find out the strength of the Big Dipper star zone. In the future, he might be able to set up an ascension platform on the Gold Spirit planet and the other 4 stars. That way, the younger generation of cultivators from Earth could ascend here after they became accomplished and then head to other star zones. It could also be considered a place for cultivators who ascended from Earth to settle down. Yi Chen smiled. This plan was feasible. Yi Chen thought about how he had absorbed the ultimate power of metal, wood, and earth. He still lacked fire and water. Then he couldn't help but look at the Fire Spirit Patriarch. His face was full of doubt. Why couldn't he feel the ultimate power of fire from the Fire Spirit Patriarch and the Fire Spirit Star Formation? His eyes flashed, and he asked, "Why don't you have the ultimate power of fire?" The Fire Spirit Patriarch replied with a bitter smile. "Among the 4 stars, my Fire Spirit Star is the weakest. Their ancestors have killed innate holy beasts, extracted their ultimate energy, and refined them into innate secret treasures. They are the Azure Dragon Formation, the Golden Fire Wheel, and the sky-toppling Apricot Flag. Only the innate holy beasts of my Fire Spirit Star are still there." Then he looked at Yi Chen and asked carefully, "Holy Lord, do you want this ultimate energy?" Yi Chen was overjoyed when he heard this and hurriedly said, "I have a use for it. Take me to the innate holy beast." The Fire Spirit Patriarch led the way to the forbidden area of Fire Spirit Star, the sacred fire region. The innate holy beast was in the fire region. It was a creature that was suspected to be a fire crow. It had descended on Fire Spirit Star countless years ago. After so many years, the Fire Spirit Patriarch had been unable to do anything to it. Fortunately, both sides minded their own business. As they spoke, Yi Chen and the others soon arrived at the sacred fire region. It was a ball of light that was completely red. Its surface seemed to be a forest of fire. There were fire leaves and branches, and countless fire crows were flying and playing in the forest. "There isn't even a formation here." The Earth Spirit Patriarch was puzzled. Such a terrifying innate holy beast was not sealed by a formation? Once it was born, the entire Fire Spirit Star would be plunged into misery and suffering. The Fire Spirit Patriarch shook his head. "It has been staying here for countless years. If the formation seals it, it will attract the attacks of those little fire crows. It will only backfire. So magical." Yi Chen's interest was piqued. What was the purpose of the innate holy beast here? Was there some treasure here that attracted it? Or was it guarding something? Chapter 1732. Yi Chen stepped into the fiery red ball. In the fire zone, it was a world of crimson, steaming hot air. It was like a world of magma. As far as the eye could see, an active volcano stood between heaven and earth, radiating a river of magma. Pissed. The air was filled with dangerous flames that could not be seen with the naked eye. They burned flesh and bones. It was extremely dangerous. As Yi Chen walked on the magma, bubbles rose from the magma. They grew bigger and bigger until they burst. Suddenly, a large number of mysterious creatures emerged from the broken bubbles. These creatures looked like fire crows that were not afraid of the magma's heat. The cries of thousands of crows echoed throughout the fire zone. They seemed to be welcoming their king. Suddenly, a fire crow that was about 100 meters tall with a powerful aura flew up from the active volcano in the depths. The crow's cry resounded through the world, and its body emitted rolling heat waves that burned the air. The scorching magma formed a feather robe with flames flowing around it. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Yi Chen and spoke, Human, this is the holy venerable land. It's not a place you can come. Leave now, or you'll be buried here. Yi Chen's eyes focused as he said unhappily, What? There's no place in this vast world that I can't go. He shouted coldly, Today I'm going to break into this holy venerable land. Die. The fire crow let out an angry cry and flapped its wings. 2 huge fireballs appeared out of thin air. Magma surged in the fireballs, and anyone who was hit would be burned to death. In the outer zone, the fire spirit patriarch and the other 2 felt the temperature of the fireball skyrocket. There was a terrifying aura coming from it. The crow's cry sent chills down their spines. It was even more powerful than them. Bang! Yi Chen took a deep breath and condensed his true origin energy. He threw a punch, and the huge fireball shattered. The flames scattered on the ground, and the magma stuck to his fist, burning intensely. The fire crow flapped its wings and soared into the sky, then swooped down. The scorching magma condensed into dark red rocks that emitted a terrifying temperature, distorting the air. It descended from the sky and pounced at Yi Chen. Innate chi capture. Yi Chen's physical strength exploded, and a ball of golden light was released from his palm. Suddenly, it grew to a height of 100 meters and enveloped the fire crow that was charging at him. Boom! The giant palm exploded violently. Smoke filled the air, fiery rocks shattered, and magma scattered in all directions. When the white smoke dissipated, Yi Chen's shining golden right hand caught the fire raven that had shrunk several times in one hand. Yi Chen was domineering as he said while laughing, How are you going to stop me now? The fire crow struggled frantically and said angrily, You will regret this. The holy venerable will avenge me. Yi Chen scoffed. His quintessential origin energy exploded, and he killed the fire crow with a wave of his arm. A sorrowful cry resounded through the sky as the fire crow's aura rapidly weakened. Fire Raven died just like that? The patriarch of Fire Spirit was secretly amazed. He had spent countless time and used countless techniques, but he could not kill the innate holy beast. However, Yi Chen killed it so quickly. The 2 of them were shocked, but they could not stop sighing. The more powerful Yi Chen was, the more difficult it would be for them to remove the restriction and escape his control. Rumble. As soon as the fire raven died, the entire holy fire region became restless. Magma that was like a giant pillar spewed out from the volcano crater. Countless fiery rocks smashed down like a storm, splashing hot magma. The fire forest on the surface of the fire region quickly withered. Countless fire ravens wailed nonstop. Before the first one died, the next one came. Above the magma, the fire ravens gathered together and slowly merged into large fire ravens that charged at Yi Chen. Humph! Yi Chen scoffed. Your king is no match for me. How are you going to stop me? He soared into the air and pushed out his palm, instantly defeating 2 or 3 large fire ravens. However, the fire ravens were still crying. No matter how many times Yi Chen killed them, they would charge forward and stop him with their lives. Yi Chen punched and slapped all the way to the towering active volcano. The volcano was still erupting. The temperature here was countless times higher than outside. If one was not careful, they would be drowned by the magma that erupted anywhere. Even Yi Chen had to hold up a quintessential origin energy shield to block the impact of the magma and the burning flames. Yi Chen frowned and thought, the flames here are extraordinary. It can't be released by ordinary fire ravens. Moreover, who is the holy venerable Lord it mentioned? He released his divine consciousness and saw the entire fire region. However, there was a hidden mysterious space that divine consciousness could not penetrate. The holy venerable Lord was at the end of the magma. Yi Chen unleashed all his quintessential origin energy and physical strength. Upon closer inspection, the quintessential origin energy shield was flowing with golden light. It was indestructible. He dove down like a comet, heading straight for the mysterious space under the magma. Buzz! A dazzling light filled the entire mysterious space. Yi Chen, who had just stepped in, could not open his eyes. He could only squint and see layers of shadows. Purple light surged in his eyes. He used the ocular technique, golden pupil flame, to see the mysterious space clearly. It was a very ordinary cave with a round roof and stone walls. The only special thing was that there was an unfathomably deep cave in the middle that seemed to lead straight to the center of the planet. The dazzling light came from the bottom of the cave like a pillar of light. It also carried a trace of terrifying and dangerous energy. Yi Chen walked slowly and used all his strength to look around. At the bottom of the cave, there was an indescribably huge creature. The creature's entire body was purplish gold in color. When it spread its wings, it was thousands of meters long. One wing could cover the sky. Those feathers were like diamond-shaped crystals, shining brightly. As it breathed, hot air boiled. It spat out streams of purple golden true fire, burning the void. It was just breathing, but it made the entire magma world boil. Yi Chen stared at the mysterious creature and suddenly recognized that it was the golden crow. It ate the sun's essence fire. His heart trembled slightly, and his breathing slowly became slow and heavy. The Golden Crow clan had always existed in the spiritual realm. Moreover, their strength was extraordinary. No one dared to provoke them. Why would a golden crow appear here? At the same time, the sleeping golden crow sensed the arrival of an uninvited guest. A pair of huge eyes suddenly opened. Yi Chen felt like he was facing two scorching suns at an extremely close distance. Heat waves hit his face, the dazzling eyes that were like the sun scorched heaven and earth. It was accompanied by an extremely terrifying pressure, reflecting Yi Chen's tiny figure. Anyone who trespasses here will die. The golden crow's indifferent and solemn voice sounded like it was the ruler. The entire space began to shake violently. With a cry, a dazzling purplish gold pillar of light pierced through the void and whistled toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He retreated quickly. The purplish gold light followed closely behind him. He could not get rid of it. Yi Chen turned around and punched out with his clenched fists. In an instant, he punched countless times. The void in front of him was like a mirror. The cracks grew larger and larger. Void quake. Bang! The void exploded. A terrifying shockwave poured out from the hole and collided with the purplish gold pillar of light. Rumble. Both sides fought intensely. End of this chapter.